prosecutors?
Kill the
You being a
enemies.
prosecutor
That's what
yourself.
they're there for.
I'm so confused.
What are you confused about?
I'm just confused about it all. I don't I have no. I mean, I don't know where it's going. Maybe I don't know the end.
If you take Woody's testimony, him being a star witness, do you think that the state is meeting its burden of beyond a reasonable doubt with this witness?
Give me that medical attention.
Come on, Miss Bobby.
He's like, give me something.
Where are you getting it from now?
Vicious circle of vengeance.
Well, no, but you're not only are you a regular person, so you can put yourself in the eyes of the jury, but then you're also a prosecutor, so you have an expert vantage point. Because I've represented criminal defendants, but I've never worked on the prosecutor side. You guys are well aware of the beyond a reasonable doubt burden. You know, kind of how do you feel about Woody's testimony? And this is not a shot at Woody or anything. Woody's testifying how he's testifying. But do you think that his testimony that these last few weeks are helpful if you were trying to convict these defendants beyond a reasonable doubt? Would you say that his testimony has been helpful?
Not in my opinion.
Yeah, why not?
Go for the face.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
You know, it's just hard to really know what's the truth and what's not the truth.
100%. Has this happened to you before where as a prosecutor, you've thought your star witness was going to testify one way and then they go rogue and start testifying another way? Can you explain that feeling or kind of...
I've never seen anything like this.
Wow. Never. But you've had it on the defense side. I mean, you've represented people where you thought they were going to testify one way and then they get up there and start nutting up or start saying
Well,
stuff.
Generally, I mean, not really.
What?
I mean, it's pretty consistent because
Get upstairs.
usually when the state has
What?
witness like that, it's I mean, they usually know when that's going to happen for the most part.
Well, explain that a little bit, because we're up here talking at the almost 9,000 people.
Sometimes you just have to get back on the
what
horse,
you mean by
even
that.
after your horse kills
The
you
state
several
has a
times in a
witness
row.
language that usually results in a plea.
Well, generally, when see, this is just a whole different situation.
Yeah, let's just talk. We can remove it from this particular and just
Yeah.
talk in generalities. Yeah.
But
Orders, bro.
usually, if the state believes that a witness may not be
Go
as
for the
credible
face.
as they deemed originally, or they have some doubt in
Vicious
how
circle of vengeance.
they testify, it's a negotiating power for them. Because it's like, okay, well, we don't know what they're going to say, so maybe we can just go ahead and do a time served as long as I get my conviction.
Reloading.
Something like that.
Do
Can you
you
talk-
say anticipate? Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think that they anticipated kind of where we are right now before going into that meeting?
I can't say what anybody else saw.
Gotcha. Yeah, because it seems like it was a little bit more of a surprise just from the outside looking in, but I'm wondering, how we got here, right? Like it's one of
Right.
those things where it seems like it was more of a surprise. Lee, you were gonna ask a question.
Yeah. When you were a prosecutor and you had a big star witness, is it typical that you would try to prepare the witness in some way? Or can you talk to us about the relationship between a prosecutor and her star witness? Kind of what goes into that?
I mean, when I was a prosecutor, I have a lot of cases like this. Like I was in a fast track courtroom, so I did a lot of drug cases, a lot of non-witness victim crimes. But the most crimes that I had witness to
stiff
a lot of
going.
domestic
Make some
violence,
orphans.
which is even harder to prep your witness because most of the time the abused or battered person is already back in a relationship. So
We'll make
it's
some
kind of
friends.
similar. They will reach out and they will say, "Well, I didn't mean it like that," or I mean, but like I said, there's always an explanation. You can always bring in an expert to say, well, hey, this is what people do. There's always ways to rehabilitate your witness. And that's why I say I don't know the English. So I cannot speak to how he benefits or does not benefit the state.
Right. Shout out to Trooper Dog. Trooper Dog says the judge scheduled the show cause at the end of Friday. So maybe he's talking about this Friday. Trooper Dog says that the judge said it's going to be in camera. All right. Can you explain what in camera means to the people? Kayla.
Now, I don't know what...
And who knows if this is true or not. Let's just say it.
It's gonna be...
No, in his chambers, like not open to the public, which to me would make sense because if you had it in open court and it's a whole hearing and you're represented and other people are represented, then there could be some questions that are asked, and it appears to me that the judge does not want all the information out about that secret meeting. In fact, the judge is actually redacting the transcript, supposedly. And he says that some of the information in that transcript, or some of the information in that meeting is privileged. Now, you yourself, through your attorneys in the motion that you filed, you were saying, well, how could it be privileged if there was, so many people in the room, right? Can you explain to us a little bit about how privilege works and why, if there were 13, 14, 15
in it for you.
people in the room, why that would be an issue in terms of privilege in general?
Well, I think the main privilege that... I don't know what privilege he's saying. I can't speak to that. I don't know. But the only privilege that could have existed for me would have been attorney-client privilege. And, that is destroyed if there is a third party in the room. And I just, like I said, I can't really speak to as to what happened.
Yo!
Yet,
Mhm.
but I'll leave it at that.
Got you. Shout out to the beautiful Erica with a T, says, Miss Bumpus, if you were still on as a prosecutor, number one, would you name Woody as a star witness? And number two, what approach would you have when questioning Woody or someone similar? Kind of what would your style be? And would you want to name him as your star witness?
I mean, like I said, I don't know who's next. I don't know. I don't have anything to do with this case. So I don't know what's next. So I don't know what they have or what they're doing. But I think Simone is doing a great job. She's so calm. She's remaining professional. And I just don't think there's anyone who could have done it better.
Got you. And it seems to me, in defense of what you're saying, it just seems like Woody does not want to cooperate with the prosecution. Not necessarily that he doesn't want to cooperate with Miss Hilton individually, or he doesn't want to cooperate with Miss Love. It's just he doesn't want to cooperate with the state. Now,
that's what it seems like.
And what do you do when you have a star witness? Let's say you have a DV case, and the star witness is the wife, and allegedly she's been beaten up, and now, like you said, she wants to recant, or she gets up on the witness stand and perjures herself when that's kind of your witness. Like, what do you do in that situation when you see that she's turned against you in favor of the defense?
I mean, you just get an expert witness to say this is a cycle of domestic violence. This is expected. This is how it happens. You get the police officer to show the body cam what happened this day, what was actually said. You get hospital records. I mean, it's just so many ways. Like I said, you just rehabilitate your witness with what you have.
Gotcha. So you rehabilitate your witness not necessarily through your witness's words on the stand, but you look for corroborating evidence that kind of bolsters your theory of the case.
Yep.
And it seems
and
like
what they said on that day and what happened that day, you know, you take the jury back to
Team
that day.
deathmatch.
Yes.
Why?
And it
I've
seems
never
like
heard
that
of
is
such a
exactly what Ms. Hilton is doing by introducing
2,
all of these
1.
hours and
Clearly
hours of
served the
video
enemy
footage.
team their
It
recommended
sounds like
daily
she's saying,
allowance
okay,
of
well,
lead
if you don't want
projectiles.
to cooperate today, that's fine, because we have on video what you said in 2014, what you said in 2015, what you said in 2016. Is that the strategy kind of that you were talking about as well just now? Yeah. Do you think it's working? Do you think
So I said, I don't know. I mean, this is a.
it's
It's super tough. Kayla, it's so good to get your perspective too, and just to kind of help the audience, because you've been practicing for quite some time, like, and you've been on both sides of it, like representing defendants, but also on the prosecuting side. How long have you been in the criminal law space?
Case of the
Wow, what's that? That is a lot of experience.
Shout out to Dear Woke Christian. Dear Woke Christian says, Miss Bumpus, have you ever had a witness that's this difficult? Number one. And number two, have you been able to steer back into calm waters praying for your hearing? Have you had a witness that's this difficult that just fights you on every single thing? And if you've had difficult witnesses, how do you get them back on track?
I have never had a witness this difficult. Never. And I mean, I can't speak to this. It's like I said, it's like this situation is unprecedented, so it's not really anything that I can compare it to. I mean, there's so many defendants, there's so many witnesses, there's so much going on, and it's just really kind of all you can. You just have to be consistent, stand your ground, and keep going. Keep pressing through. That's all you can do.
So let me ask you this. You know, theoretically, in theory, there's supposed to be a difference in how the defense attorneys approach a case versus the prosecutor, right? It seems like the defense attorneys are there to win, and for they're there to get their client off or to get a better result in some way.
Was that laugh convincing?
Whereas prosecutors typically are not supposed to be focused on winning. They are supposed to be focused on seeking justice, right? And so if you have a client that's this difficult, a client that is fighting back so much, why is it, would you say, as a prosecutor, why would you not say, well, if this witness, my star witness or a star witness in this case feels this strongly and is so uncooperative, why don't I just drop the whole thing? Why is it, like you were saying, that if you have someone that's just doesn't want to go through with it, why do you need to try to corroborate their testimony? Why not just drop it based on them not wanting to proceed forward?
I mean, are you saying drop the whole case or just move on to the next witness?
Drop whatever, not necessarily the whole case, especially in a case this big, but if Woody's testimony were needed for, let's say, 6 counts of a multi-count indictment, why not just drop the 6 counts and just say, okay, my star witness for this particular portion is not cooperating and he's totally unreliable, and it's just not just for me to continue with these 6 counts. Why don't I deal with the other 54? Why try to rehabilitate it?
I don't think that they feel that way. I feel like they think that, and then also, you know, they want to get those videos. They can't get that evidence in. They want the jury to see those videos. So they're just doing what they have to do to get that in, and then leave it up to the jury to decide.
Now, I'm not sure how long you were in the courtroom, or I guess when you were there, the jury was not out. The jury was not watching. Is that correct?
I really don't remember. I did see the jury at certain points.
Okay. Miss Sylvia was there. She's been in the courtroom for so long, and she's looked at the jury. And she came up on Friday, I think it was Thursday, Friday, and she was saying that the majority of jurors are not taking notes. Sometimes the jurors are talking to each other while the case is going on. Sometimes the jurors, have their head down, their eyes closed. Were you able to look at the jury and kind of get a sense of whether they were paying attention or not?
Rather than hiding,
I wasn't.
the goons.
The
No
moment
need
was
to
so
overanalyze
heated
this.
that
You were
I don't remember.
focusing.
I'm trying to get home.
Were you able to go home after the hearing, or have you been here the whole time?
I went back home.
You went back, and then so you're back, but you're back here in Atlanta now. All right. Now you mentioned that the state needs Woody to get these videos in, and apparently there's 15, 16, 17 hours of these videos. Do you think that these videos are going to
You may
keep
start your dramatic comeback now.
Oh, jeez.
the jurors' attention? All of these videos. Have you seen some of them? Just the interrogation videos.
They ran through the shots, bro.
I don't know if you guys remember when it kind of went.
She like my boy got a little hacky on. They ran through
But
the
I mean, that's about all. Like I said, I have nothing to do.
And you being a prosecutor, and you being able to kind of tell maybe what's engaging with your jurors and what's not.
Oh, figure this shit out.
Do you think these videos are going to have the intended effect of really informing the jury, or do you think maybe the jurors, some of them are just going to fall asleep or tune out? Kind of what's your take as a prosecutor on presenting 16 hours of video?
Vicious circle of vengeance. Hostile echelon
I
just
would say
bubbled up.
that, I mean, of course, what we saw
Got it from hugs.
very edited and short clips, but it really depends on what the subject matter is and how the question is going.
But you know what the subject matter is? It's these Woody interrogations. That's what it's about,
Well,
right?
I mean, I don't know what they're asking. Like, how the line of questions went. If he being cooperative, if he being like he is right now, or what's going on. So I just can't. It just really is going to depend on. We only
Looks
saw.
like we're in for a grim ending
We
here.
only saw what they're on the front. We didn't see all the hours. So I mean, that's like that the whole time. Like, how interesting they.
Come on, bro.
And shout out to Breezy F Baby said she don't know, Lee. God dang, stop back.
He's trying to pull it out of you. He's like, come on. He's trying to heave it out.
I haven't seen it.
Too funny.
No, I feel you. Well, listen, I would love to have you come back when you are able to speak more, and obviously
Go for the face.
I really appreciate the fact that you've taken time out of your day to come up.
I could fix
And
this
you
huge, embarrassing
are
loss.
one of the best sources of information on here. You've been in the courtroom, you've talked to the judge directly, you have a relationship with Miss Hilton, you talked to some of the defense attorneys, you yourself were at this secret meeting. So you have just a wealth of information about this case. And we understand, we really do, why you are constrained to answer some of these questions. And I think that's totally fair, even though if I am trying to, get a little extra little squeeze out of you. Right?
It was something weird.
But yeah.
We got Glanville in the chat now.
All right,
He's watching. He's watching.
that is exactly right. They watch it, and you know, I'm sure your attorneys as well would appreciate, you know, you being real circumspect about this, at least until this hearing tomorrow, and then maybe, you know, who knows, if it's tomorrow, if it's Friday, whenever it is. So I don't want to beat you up too much before the my whole chat turns on me. But is there anything else that that any observations or anything that you want to say to the chat or just to people out there, clear up any misconceptions about you and Miss Hilton being Soros, you know, anything about that, anything like that that you want to tell the people?
I mean, I just, you know, my whole thing is it's going to play out the way it's supposed to play out, and everything happens for a reason. I don't know what that reason was, but I do believe that I was supposed to be there for whatever reason. I was supposed to be there, and it was supposed to happen this way. And I'm just thankful that nobody's being too hard on me, and, you know, because what people don't understand.
Antonio Brown just went.
You may understand, but, you know, it's a lot to have worked so hard for everything that I have, and then show up one day and be
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month.
I was just there, you know?
Yeah, you just showed up.
I just showed up. So at first, I'm not gonna lie to you, the first day after the first couple of days, I was, you know, in a place like, oh my God, what's gonna happen? But I'm definitely thankful that nobody's been too hard on me, and that, you know, every day people are supporting me, saying, you know, it's gonna be okay and everything, and I know it is. And that's all I have.
You got a lot of people rooting you on, cheering you on. We're all gonna be in this chat tomorrow, like, go Kayla.
Like colonoscopy.
Yes. You mentioned one of your attorneys is named Gabe, and I remember an attorney named Gabe from this whole Fannie Willis, Nathan Wade trial, where I think Nathan's actually, it was kind of a situation like yours where Terrence, who was Nathan's law partner, was kind of representing him in the divorce, but then of course Nathan was doing all the work himself. But is that the same Gabe that was involved in that case that I think was talking to Terrence? Is that the same one, or do you know anything about that? Gotcha. Okay. Can you tell everybody if they're in a car accident or if they get locked up on an ag assault, you know, where can they find you and how can they get in contact with you?
I have my Instagram, which is Bless Squire. And I also have the PI Princess. Both those are my real Instagrams. I can put them in the chat.
Yeah, you can put them in the chat.
My phone number is on both of them.
Gotcha. And actually, they might not allow you to put links in the chat. If that's what you're going to put. If you were, you could put it in the private chat, and then maybe some.
Yeah, we put your.
Yeah, somebody put it.
Shout out to Jareel's Crazy World says, did you feel intimidated when you walked into the secret meeting, and did it feel like it was an atmosphere meant to make you uncomfortable?
Well,
I'm dying here.
You'll think twice next time.
I can't talk about it.
Oh, you almost got it. You almost got it, Jareel. I was like, oh, Jareel, you almost had it. Great question. Very insightful question. And shout out to Kate Cooper, said, yep, Kate Cooper just followed you on Instagram. So y'all can follow Miss Bumpus on Instagram. And you mentioned how you've gotten so much support and encouragement. We over here have been behind you the whole way. So shout out to Miss Bumpus. Everybody loves you over here. Everybody's rooting for you, and everybody's supporting you. So we hope that you can come back. You'll be willing to come back when you're able to speak a little bit more freely. We all understand why you are, again, constrained in your communications about this case. And even being so constrained, you have given some very valuable information and insights about this case. So everybody write Miss Bumpus. Everybody write Miss Bumpus in the chat. And thank you so much for coming up, and hope you'll be able to come back. And you're always welcome to hit the link and come up anytime you feel like it. All right.
Thank you guys so much. I will come back because I have a lot to say. I have so much to say.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank y'all for spamming Miss Bumpus, and thank you so much for coming up. And again, we look forward for you coming back. All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Shout out to Miss Bumpus. Listen, she did such a great job, and we all love her. She's a great sport, you know, because it sounded like she was on game with some of the content that we've talked about over here. You know how we get out over here. So she is a really, really great sport and just excellent attorney. If you guys need any legal representation, whether regarding any type of accident or criminal matter, please hit her up if you are in Georgia or if you are in Texas, particularly Houston. Shout out to Thinking from Texas. Shout out to Miss Whitney. What did Miss Whitney says? Thank you, Miss Bumpus. Fellow Houstonian here and wishing you well tomorrow. Yes, everybody's praying for her. Keep her blessed up. Everybody is supporting her. She's really gotten a raw deal, guys. She showed up to court thinking that it was one thing. It was an absolute another thing. And that has happened to me. That has happened to every single attorney. It's in the Bible, all right? What does it say? No good deed goes unpunished. All right, no good deed. Mr. Melnick hit her up, said, hey, can you cover this for me? I got this other thing going on. Mr. Melnick has covered many things for her. She's covered many things for him. She said, sure, I'll show up. I'll make sure Woody sits his ass on the stand, no problem. Boom. Next thing you know, Woody's not sitting on the stand. It's 9:30 in the morning, and Woody is sitting in a secret meeting. And I can only imagine how Kayla was looking around like, what the hell is going on? Such an interesting perspective. And so really want to thank her for coming up. And hopefully she will be back because y'all all love her.
This is looking good. Our crew's in the lead.
Things that she was saying.
I think it was good to kind of get some common things cleared up, and that's why I really wanted to ask her about media and things like that, and what people are reporting, because she is the actual source. She was the person that was in the room from her experience, but just to hear her experience, like all of it was unplanned. I really love what she said at the end, like, for the judge to threaten her and hold her in contempt when she's worked so hard in her career. She's, this is your livelihood. Attorneys, experience and everything they've worked hard for is really important, it's super important. So to have somebody threaten to put you in contempt, like it's nothing, it's like, especially after it happened to Brian Steele, so it is likely that it is possible to happen to her. That's terrifying.
100%, especially since she doesn't even live here.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how terrible it would be for her to be ordered to go to jail every weekend for 10 weekends the whole summer and she didn't even live here?
She had a kid. She just mentioned she had a kid, a baby.
Yes. But I think we're all in agreement that that's probably not going to happen. The judge, his whole attitude has been one particular way this entire trial until the Supreme Court came down and slapped his face. And ever since that slap, his attitude has changed. That Supreme Court slap has really kind of warranted or kind of been an attitude adjustment. If we're going to be honest, he's standing down. That's not all of it. You better do this and you better do that. He's much more open, much more tranquil. He's listening now. And he was not listening before. Shout out to the one Lo-Fi 2 says you and Lead went to the. Oh, don't tell me she's a Georgia dog. I didn't even know that, man. I thought for some reason that she went to Emory.
You know who else went to UGA?
Who?
The judge that's been all over the news this weekend.
That's a win.
Oh my God. Are you serious? The one with her titty out that got arrested? The last person that did this to me died within 30 days. I pray for your soul. It's like, what?
Gosh. People got so mad at me in those comments.
She was so wild. I did not know she was a Georgia dog, man. I absolutely asked us some questions that what have been some of the similarities, differences you have experienced? I'm sorry about
That was a
this,
good
Erica.
question, Serica.
Such a great question. I'm sure we had some of the same law professors. You know, so many people went to my school. If my school is the school to go to if you're going to practice in Georgia. I mean, it's the school. So many district attorneys, so many criminal defense attorneys, so many judges, almost all of our legislature, like everybody went to Georgia. When I say Georgia, I mean UGA. You guys call it UGA. We'll call it UGA too, but we call it Georgia in Georgia as well. So if you hear somebody say, "Oh, I went to Georgia," they're talking about UGA. They're not talking about Georgia State or anything like that. So yeah, I wish I would have known she was a Georgia dog. All right. It is 1:05 in the afternoon. Is the judge back? When did the judge say he was coming back?
1 o'clock, but we know they're never really on time. Lee, do you mind if I read some Cash Apps? I haven't read a single one all stream.
Please do.
Yeah. Shout out to Drew Beat. Sent me $4 when we started. He said it's 6:30 in Vegas. I'm about to grab me a coffee and a donut. Thank you, Drew Beat. Shout out to E. Capone with the $5. He says, "What it do, playa?" Thank you, E. Capone. Shout out to Julie. Jewelbox News with $5. She says, "Love the natural curly hair today." Thank you so much, Jewel. Shout out to Liz with $1. Thank you, Liz. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. She's back with another $1 and says, "I would keep all Woody hearsay and assumption. Help the defense team." Yeah, this is when we were watching all the evidence that they were looking at, all of those Woody interviews, whether they're coming in or out, all of those things. E. Capone is back with another $5 and says, "When is the next meetup?" That's a good question, TLA.
Yes.
At some point, eventually, at some point, we will have another meetup. And then I wanted to catch this one. Shout out to Chris Camp, who sends me $150.
Woo, Chris, thank you.
Chris.
Jeez.
Thank you, Chris. That is extremely generous of you. He says, "Great job to help with the plane ticket fund." Thank you, Chris. You know, I try to do my best up here. And then this morning I had like a whole audio issue. Like we jumped in late. There's all types of shenanigans. So Chris, thank you. Super, super generous
Team
of you.
deathmatch.
And of course,
Now
thank
we
you to
really
Lee too for
get to
getting
play with fire.
Kayla in here. Like that was such a good conversation to hear from and be able to hear from her.
Mow down our
Fantastic.
foes.
Yes. Now, you guys mentioned the judge, is it Peterson? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
You guys mentioned the Judge Peterson case. And and I have not reviewed it. Me and AV were going to review it, but then I had problems with my internet. My internet went down and I couldn't do it. So she did it on her side. If you haven't seen it, check it out. But I was planning on reviewing it as well. And someone very close to the case has just sent me an email with a video on it. So what I want to do is watch the video very quickly. I don't know how long it is. I want to make sure that there's no that it's properly redacted, because I think one of the judge's breasts were out or something like that. I want to make sure it's all good. I want to make sure that there is no music in it. But if it all checks out, I want to show it, because this person who sent me this video is very interested in information being out on it. So why don't I do this? AV, do you want to take over right quick while I watch this video and just make sure that music on anything?
Yeah, I think we can do a little super chat catch up because we have not read all of them. So.
Yeah, shout out to Terica. Terica was like, "Hey, you missed some of these super chats, my brother." All right, but we absolutely want to acknowledge everyone who is supporting. So I'm gonna drop down for a second, guys. AV is.
Okay, so Lee's gonna he's gonna go review that video, and here's the thing: it's important to be very careful with it. I can tell you guys, I covered it, and there were some people that were extremely upset. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I was surprised. Like, there were women that were extremely upset with the way that was covered. You know, moving forward, I might not touch content like that ever again because of what happened. So we're gonna check that out, and we will be back in a moment so we can talk about that one. But let me see where we left off. I think we were somewhere around here. Shay became a member. You guys have the likes right. Lee didn't even mention his likes. Isn't that crazy? He probably won't when he comes back. So just make sure you keep those up. Shout out to the one Lo-Fi. We covered that one. Unconventional came with the $2 and says it was pre-planned for Woody to get Bumpus out. Oh, that would have been a really good question to ask. That would have been an excellent question to ask her while she was here. But you guys know Kayla can't really dive into too much of this because you know her situation is still pending, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. But she has agreed to come back. So if you didn't get your question answered today, just keep it in your pocket, and we will ask her when she comes back. Shout out to Ron, who became a member. Shout out to the one Lo-Fi. So Terica has a super here where she says Woody is protecting Bumpus. Woody was once the client. He was only there for the perjury purposes. Yeah, we talked about that. So we were able to catch that one, Terica. Thank you. Oh no.
Yo.
Oh no, I know that face.
Yo, I wish I would have covered this with you. I'll be honest, guys, I don't really know too much about this Judge Peterson case. I really don't know much about it. I know she was arrested. I've seen some of the body cam footage when she was in jail, when she was in the car saying that the last person that did this to her died in 30 days. He prays for her. This is a short video. I really anticipate you guys are going to see this video. There's no way that I could play you this video. Number one, because there is a lot of cursing. But number two, because, and I'm not sure if y'all saw the press conference, but in the press conference, I believe the argument was that the judge was actually protecting someone else, protecting a woman. This woman apparently is, her name is Alexandria Love. And I'll just wait. I will just wait. Is
it the actual incident that she was intervening in?
Yes.
Okay.
And this 24-second show, I will look at it for. I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I really, if I could show you, y'all know I would, but I can't because this whole stream would be taken down and demonetized and age restricted. Because what it shows is, you know, they're out in the street. And it's Alexandria Love and Judge Patterson, and they're surrounded. They're on the street, and it's about 50 people, and it's dark, and it looks like Alexandria Love is jawboning with this particular black man. Like they're getting into it, and they're going back and forth.
The bad guy.
And they're arguing about something. It's unclear what they're arguing about. Now, what you see when the camera turns is that Alexandria Love is backing up. So she's backing up and she's like this. And in front of her is a black man. And the black man is coming at her like that. So the black man is coming at her like that and she's backing up, but she's squared up. So both this black man and Alexandria Love are squared up. This black man, who appears to be 6'2", 6'3", hits her with a right swings, and it hits her flush. Everybody's like, oh my God. And she eats it. She doesn't fall, but she stumbles back real quick and she catches her balance. And the guy goes forward again and swings with the left. I'm narrating it. Hits her with the left and hits her with the right. So he is doing combos on this lady, and with oh my God, and with the right just takes her out. So he's coming forward and she's backing up. He swings with the right, hits her. She stumbles, but she catches. He continues. He hits her with the left, then hits her with another right, and that right was vicious. That right was vicious. She falls directly on her back and head on the concrete. When he does that, because this black man looks to be in his late 20s, early 30s. He looks all the 6'3", 240. It's a big dude. when he does that, then the judge jumps in, and the judge is trying to grab the man. The girl stands up. The girl that got hit, Alexandra, she stands up. When she stands up, the black dude goes at her again. So I don't know what the hell was with going on between Alexandria Love and this black dude, but he is actively attacking her. And the judge is, here's what I can do. Let me see if I can do it like this, because I cannot play it for you guys. I cannot.
Like I said it would.
But maybe what I can do is do stills. I hope that's okay. And even then, it's a little crazy, but damn, I did not know it was like this.
Yeah, YouTube is very, very adamant when it comes to violence and us showing that to you guys. So that's why, you know, Lead is being very careful here. But yeah.
Yeah, so let me see if I can do it another way.
Stills might at least be able to show you guys the vantage point from the footage.
Yeah, this is so bad, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Because I know my narration of it isn't that great, but all right. So here's what we're gonna do. All right. So this is what we're looking at. So I'm gonna play a little bit of it before they get into it, right? So this is on the street, and I can't play any sound because there's too much cursing. So let me turn the sound to 0. So they're on the street, and this is the judge right here. This is the judge. Isn't that what she was wearing, or no? I believe that's the judge.
Yeah, that's her.
So that's the judge. This is the judge right here. All right. So here's the judge. All right. She's standing around. She's being cool. No problem. Now everybody turns to look over here. What the hell is going on over here? Well, let's see. Here is Ali. Now you can see her backing up, and there's a black man right here. So she's squared up and she's backing up, and the black man is coming towards her. So y'all see her squared up? All right, okay, all right. So we only doing stills after this, all right? Because I can't play that. But he hits her, and it's pretty bad. All right. Now he hits her, and I got to jump forward a little bit because I can't show y'all all of this. But he hits her. She stumbles back here. He hits her with the right. She stumbles back. He catches up with her, hits her in the left. So what y'all are seeing right now is the left. Then he's going to hit her with the right, and then she falls. All right, now she is on the ground right now. This is the judge. And so the judge is running to her to break it up. So you see, this is the judge, and she's on the ground. And the judge is right here. She's grabbing, trying to stop the man from mauling this girl. And so she's in it, but she's in it trying to break it up. And this, I can't show you guys. You just have to believe me. The attack was vicious. It was vicious. For a man who's 6'3", 240, to hit a woman with combos, it's one thing if you just, and it's bad, but it's one thing if you slap a woman, or one thing if you mush a woman. You know how you'll just mush them just to get them away from you? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, right? Because you don't really want to ball your fists up. This dude with balled fist. The first hit, the first right might have been a slap, but the combo, the left, the right, then the left, those were fists. And so I haven't seen all of the footage, but from this, and it's only 24 seconds, from this might have been the start. And from what we've seen, from what I can show you, but I'll just tell you because I watched the whole thing, the judge was standing around minding her own business.
And that's the thing. So, you know, when I cover this, women were irate. They wanted to cancel me. Like they
What?
mass reported my channel because they were like, you guys don't know the whole story. You didn't see what actually happened. People that were actually there mass flagged my channel for it because of that footage you just received.
Oh, did you show this footage?
No.
I was like, I thought this was an exclusive. All right,
No, it is an exclusive. It is an exclusive because that's actually what led to the judge being arrested. She was telling the truth in the body cam footage. So basically, you know, everyone was looking at the body cam footage of her being arrested. She kept telling the cop a woman was being beaten. That's why I intervened. Apparently what she did is as she was intervening, the cop took a hit to the head, right? That's why she was arrested. So she was arrested because she punched the cop in the head as she was intervening. And she kept saying that in the back of the cruiser. It's like, listen, the only reason why I got involved is because another woman was getting beaten down. She kept repeating it. The issue with her, though, is that she wasn't given the judge did not give the police officer her name. And, you know, she was being evasive with her name. So that's why it kind of just spiraled from there. But this whole thing is like, it has the internet in an uproar. You know, so I'll be honest, I really regret being like showing that thing. You know, I like to talk about law, you know, so.
Yeah, I hadn't. Listen, just because you were right in the beginning does not mean that you're right in the end. So it could be that in the beginning she was right, and in the end it turned into something else. That could absolutely be the case. I haven't seen it either way. You and I were gonna cover it, then my internet went down and it was all fucked. But shout out to the person that sent me this. It's bad. It is very, very bad. I don't know if you'll be able, you can probably find this on Twitter. You will not be able to find this on YouTube.
Yeah.
There's no way that YouTube is gonna allow this to come on. And I had to show y'all stills. This black man is going to town on this woman. And I mean, no piedad, no mercy, no nothing. And from what it sounds like, from the press conference, I'm trying to put two and two together. The Judge Peterson didn't even know this Alexandria lady. Is that right?
No, they didn't know each other. She simply just wanted to intervene because she saw a woman getting hit, you know? But I think, you know, it was the aftermath of what happened is what we saw on like Law and Crime and all these other big channels, all these other big networks. Because over the weekend, the only thing that was available was the body cam footage. So people are watching the body cam footage without seeing the full story and the full context. So that's why a lot of women were really upset, because it's just like, okay, we're watching the aftermath. Nobody, are we going to ignore that this man actually balled up his fist and hit another woman in the face, and the judge was trying to intervene on behalf of the other woman? So it's one of those things I wish I didn't get caught up in, but it's a tough one, because at the same time, it started out one way and ended up a different way.
Shout out to Tiffany. Tiffany said, shake my head. All them black men standing around looking. She didn't say black men. And it is a lot of men looking, but to be fair though, I'm looking at the video right now, and there are men who jumped in to try to break it up as well. So somebody said, and shout out to her, I missed the name, but I just pulled up the comment, that the video is on YouTube and on TikTok. I don't know how it's surviving on YouTube, but you know, TikTok and Twitter, they let anything go. It's bad. It is very bad. So shout out to you, the person that sent it to me. I don't want to say who sent it to me because they haven't given me permission, but it's someone intimately familiar and in the case. So thank you for that. But if y'all haven't seen it, look, you know, wow. And it's interesting, I don't know if he was arrested or not, but it's bad as hell. Because there's just a strength difference. This lady can do nothing to this man. This is a big dude. He's 6'3", 240 all day. And the woman looks to be maybe 5'8" or something like that, 5'8", 170. But still, she's a woman. Someone said it's all over Twitter. Lynn said, can you show it? I can't, because they'll demonetize the video and they can actually take the whole video down. It is against the terms of service to show violence like this on YouTube. You're not supposed to be able to. And they will take your video down, and they will also give you a community strike. So I wish I could. I showed as much as I can, but I will just point y'all to Twitter, point y'all to Instagram or other channels on YouTube that are showing this. But C. Clark said, it's not that bad. Oh, it is bad. It is bad to see a woman, a Rumble, yeah.
Rumble will keep it up.
Rumble had a damn thing on replay.
Yeah.
But to see a woman get comboed up, it's always bad. Whoever said it's not bad, it's always bad to see a man combo up a woman and to be the aggressor. It's one thing if a man punches a woman in the face, that's fine if it's self-defense. But this woman was backing up the entire time. She's backing up. And the guy, the big dude, is going straight at her. So it's bad. Now, can we be fair and say two things can be right at the same time? The judge can be an absolute hero in the beginning for trying to jump in and save this woman from getting pieced up. I mean, that could absolutely be the case in the beginning. But can we be fair to say in the way that it ends, it goes left, and now the judge has some liability, right? So it's not a either or type of thing, guys. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's both. At any rate, thank you to the person that sent it. I won't say who sent it, but thank you. AV, are you able to see if they are back?
Let me see.
Nope.
Shout out to King Black Soul, says judge being drunk, hit the cop, no excuses. That's the thing. And again, I haven't even seen it. I just saw where she was in the patrol car, and she wouldn't give her name and stuff like that, right? So John Burke says the video is up on X. If y'all want to see the video, go to X.
They are not back in the courtroom yet.
They're not back. All right. And are you all what do we call it? T-vote up?
Yes.
All right. So guys, what do you think? I wanted to review Kayla's motion, but she was right to be pretty tight-lipped about it. I was trying to get it out. I was trying to open up the lips. What? But she was right to kind of be like, I'll talk to you more about it. So shout out to Miss Bumpus. So how do y'all feel about what's going on, guys? Everybody knows that it's a little touch and go with this case. I will say though, that it's 8,000 of y'all. I did not think that 8,000 of y'all would be here to watch this video footage. So it sounds like y'all are pretty invested. It seems like there's going to be 2 to 3 hours tomorrow, but tomorrow might be a short day. I am thinking of all right, so what time is the judge supposed to be back? Does anybody remember?
So they were supposed to be back at 1, and the plan for the day is to continue to go through the evidence, so to see what comes in and stays out. So we've been kind of watching that today. Tomorrow should be the day of the hearing. So it really depends on how they end today.
Got you. Shout out to Vleer80, says lead. Ooh. Lead. I was going to ask if you can do a poll, but I guess you can't do it. I'm going to put this to a poll, and then, I'm going to go on and get myself canceled. What does Vleer say? Should men stop a random fight between a man and a woman? This is a great question. Now, here's the thing. Yes, and I am a man, Yes, and I am a woman. No, and I am a man. It is not good enough for you guys to say yes or no. I need to know the genders. And I am a woman. All right. So I'm going to answer this because I ain't ducking no questions. And if y'all get mad, hey, you know, I don't know what to tell you.
Welcome to my world. they all hate me this weekend. I was like, damn, I just had a good week, and then all of a sudden, people hate Amy.
All right.
Now we
So I
really
put
get
this
to play
as
with
I put
fire.
this in the chat, and I want y'all to answer. But pay attention to the genders.
Shoot the other
Don't
guys
just say
until
no or
they're
yes.
dead.
You have to check to see if you're a man or a woman. All right. Now, I have had an experience with this. With all people in the world. All people in the world. Well, I guess it's not with this, but I like to talk about it.
All right.
I was married, guys. I was married for 10 years. I woke up one morning and was like, you know what? This is not working out for me. I know it's working out for you. You haven't worked in 10 years. But I'm the one paying all the bills. I'm the one, doing everything for you. And it just seems like you're on the table. And I need to stop. I need to stop it. So I went to the kitchen with my laptop and drafted my divorce papers. And it was like, girl, here. Sign this. Stop bullshitting around. All right? I had to send her back from when she came. Now, our relationship was non-existent the first 6 months after the divorce. But then, we still had some loose ends to tighten up, and so we were kind of talking a little bit. And we became friends. And in fact, for a while, our relationship was better as friends than it was as a husband and wife. So we took a trip together and we went to Mexico, and we were walking, and it was like 2 PM, walking down the street, people coming and going. And I was walking about 10 to 15 steps behind her because she was walking and I was walking too, but I was on my cell phone. So I was trying to pay attention to what I was typing, and I was slowing down because what I was typing was recording. And my ex-wife started going down these stairs. And as she goes down the stairs, there's this little 8-year-old girl coming up the stairs. What's the problem? The 8-year-old girl is coming up the stairs the wrong way. So my ex-wife is going down the stairs on the right-hand side of the stairs. The girl is coming up the stairs on the sidewalk, also on that same side. And so they meet. My ex-wife takes the girl and moves her to the right, to the left side of the stairwell so she can go up. The dad sees this. The dad, who's looking back, turns and says to my ex-wife, hey, don't touch my kid. My ex-wife, 5'3", 125, 128, she was doing them damn squats. Anyway, she had some junk back there. That's how she got me to marry in the first place. You goddamn women, boy, they will trap you with some junk. She don't back down for shit. Just had to get her up out of there. And she said, she was like, you need to teach your kid better. And he was like, listen, don't touch my child. And she was like, well, you just need to be a better father and teach your children to go up the proper side of the street, the proper side of the stairwell. I mean, she talking like she not 5'3", she talking like she's 6'7". Now, by the time they start jawboning, I get to the top of the steps. He's at the top of the steps, I'm at the top of the steps, and she's at the bottom. and I hear her voice, so I look up, and she's kind of screaming at this dude, and this dude's like, hey, getting me back to her, and I look beside him like, what the hell's going on? It took me a few seconds to figure out that they were actually talking to one another. What the hell? And the dude was like,
we got this one in the
5'8", 5'9", but he had a pot belly. So I'm gonna give him 190. I'm gonna give him 190 with a good pot belly.
Picking up the spare.
You don't know me, I'm 6'3". At the time I was like 6'3". And so I look down at the dude and I'm like, hey, you know,
Big win.
don't talk to her like that. And then he wheels and turns to me like, what? And I'm looking at him, I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on? I was just on my cell phone. Now I'm about to be in a fight in the goddamn middle of the street over an ex.
It's like a win for me too.
Over an ex. Guys, listen to what I'm telling you. Over an ex-wife. Does she still deserve the covering? Does she still deserve the protection? She's not sucking me off anymore. Can we be honest? Can I talk to you from the heart? She's an ex. Now, I don't know this dude. Do I have all the advantages on him? Absolutely. His arms are short, big ass pot belly. But he could have a knife. He could have anything. I ain't got nothing. I got my cell phone. So I turned to him and was like, hey man, don't talk to her like that. And he says something to me, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was aggressive. And I was like, hey, so he squares up on me. So then I square up. And so now we're squared up. And this girl, 5'3", just still yapping. In that moment, and I shout out to this woman because it could have been that fight would have gone to the ground on some concrete. Who has been in a fight on some concrete? I could have scuffed my elbow or something. The dude's wife came. The dude's wife was right there, came, grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him away. And he let himself be pulled away because he didn't want to be in it with me. And if I'm going to be honest, I was thankful to his wife because I didn't want to be in it with him. The two of us were locked into something that neither one of us wanted to be in because of some girl 5'3", some light-skinned girl 5'3", damn B cups. She has some junk. But I mean, I don't think women understand. Sometimes the two dudes can be locked into something we don't even want to be in. He looking at my big black ass. He like, fuck. But we're in the middle of the street. People are looking. And I'm like, man, this concrete look kind of gritty. It looked kind of gritty. It looked like I could scuff my elbow or something. That's where the fight's going. And this dude could have a knife in his boot. He could have anything. And that's for an ex. But who caused it? Who was jawboning with this dude? Because she's gonna get the last word. She is absolutely gonna get the last word. I know her very well. And we have had arguments that last for hours because do you know who's not gonna get the last word on the lead attorney? Any of you fuckers. Certainly not somebody that I'm feeding.
The fun never stops once
somebody that I'm clothing.
Starts.
Somebody that I'm bought a damn car for and putting gas in the car for all the time. Somebody that I put the car insurance on, the medical insurance. Like the one person that's not gonna jawbone me is the person that I am providing a whole life for. Damn near a child, if we're gonna be honest. In the sense that she totally dependent on me. The disrespect. But during that time, we had some good times too. It wasn't all fucked up. But imagine Lear says, well, what if it's a stranger? What if it's a person who never gave you any benefits? Never. Would you go to the ground and fight for that?
I'm dying here.
I don't think that's your job. I don't think that's your job. What did Kayla just say? Did anybody remember what Kayla just said? Kayla said that she worked in the district attorney's office doing a lot of domestic violence cases. And what did Kayla say? Kayla said that sometimes women would get beat up. They would get beat up. And then when the trial comes, they testify in favor of the man. They want the man to escape consequences. They want the man to escape jail, escape prison, recidivism, escape felony charges. What if you fight in the street with a man, he pulls out a knife, stabs you in the abdomen multiple times, you're in the hospital, 2 days later, he gets back with the woman that you were trying to protect and they fucking. You in the hospital bed, they're in the bed fucking. Oh, but you stepped up to the plate. You stepped up to the plate to protect this stranger. Why? Do you not have a family yourself that would prefer you not to be in the hospital bed stabbed up? Do you not have a woman? Do you not have children? Do you not have parents? Do you not have a family? Is your life worth? Why would you do it? Now, you know, like, oh, well, Lee, what type of man are you? You know, in the 70s and 60s, they were real men. Well, in the 70s and 60s, were women talking all this, you know, we're independent. We're boss babes, and we do what the fuck we want to do. And we do it better than y'all.
When things get tough, remember your training. Apply the
If
fire
you can
to the
protect
bad
yourself
guys.
better than I can protect you, why the hell am I here? I know this is hard for some of y'all women to hear. Because if y'all watch that video we just saw, that 6'3" dude was piecing that woman up. But what do y'all want me to say? I'm not gonna lie to you. What if I have a wife? And now my wife has to visit me in the hospital because I got stabbed over another woman. My wife doesn't even want me to sleep with other women. My wife does not want me to have sex with other women. She don't want me to get blowjobs from other women. But she's gonna be happy that I got stabbed up for another woman and we got these hospital bills out the ass. Now I have all this, you know, open stomach surgery. They're trying to repair my intestines. For what? And now the woman's back sleeping with me. They're kissing and hugging and impregnating, fornicating. And I'm in a 4-hour surgery over my goddamn what is it? My rectum and small intestines and large intestines. There was such a time, supposedly, as the good old days. But I think the good old days are over. If I'm really gonna be fucking honest with you. Now, if it's your wife or something, if it's your kids, then that's something different. Shout out to Pills, Potions, to Poison says you gotta be off work. I be okay. This is such a great point. Why? Because my wife didn't work. Imagine me getting in a fight over a random woman, protecting her, and I have a whole wife at home who hasn't worked in 10 years. And now I'm laid up in the hospital bed for 3 weeks. Who's paying for stuff?
We're kicking tail. We'll win it.
I'll lose my job. Now this woman can't eat because another woman needed protection. But the woman who needed protection is back having sex with the aggressor. What happened to my woman? Why are some women more valuable than other women? That's a good question. Why are some women more valuable than others? Is it because they're prettier? Is it because they're not fat? Why is it that the woman who needs protection is more valuable than my own wife? shouldn't I prioritize my own life and make it home safe? Or should I risk death? Or getting my elbow scuffed up? I don't want a scuffed up elbow.
I'm in bad shape.
Are some women more valuable than others? Now, of course, if you're a woman, you'd be like, oh, Lee, protect me. Put me above your wife. I'm out in the streets in Buckhead. It's 2 in the morning. Put me above your wife. Put me above your kids. Protect me. I'm getting beat up by an ex who I've been fucking for the last 6 months, but my new boyfriend don't know nothing about it. Oh, you don't know nothing about it. Should any man do that? Should any man put a rando woman over and above
Down clean.
Look out.
the woman that
Enemy
he's
spy
pledged his
doing
whole
that
life to?
see-through walls thing again.
I got another one. At any rate, I don't know how we got down. I don't know how we got to this. Is the trial back on?
Let us check. No, they are not back. Let me T-row it. They're not back yet.
We got this one in the bag.
They left at 12. It's almost 2.
Ultras ready to go.
Let me check. Let me end the poll, man. So it says, should a man stop a random fight between a man or a woman? 24% say yes as a man. 27% say yes as a woman.
Your hard work paid off,
And
pal.
then
Just like I said it
35%
would.
say no as a man. 35% say no and I'm a woman. So the lowest answer is should women stop a fight between a man and a woman? No and women. Women are not in agreement. Women want you to put your life on the line and risk your wife or your girlfriend. Like, fuck them. I'm the one in need. Protect me. I don't give a fuck about your girlfriend, Lee. I don't give a fuck about your wife, Lee. Protect me. And no, I'm not sucking you off because those privileges belong to somebody else. And if you get stabbed up, guess the first thing that I'm going to say? What's the first thing, guys, if I get stabbed up? If I get stabbed up and my hospital bills are $135,000 and I ask her for, to send me $1,000, what's the first fucking thing that she's going to say? Does anybody know? I have $135,000 worth of medical bills. I send her, the woman who I'm protecting, I send her a request for $1,000. Does anybody know what the first thing she's going to say? God. Y'all are. I didn't ask you to do it. I didn't ask you to do it. You did that on your own. Angie, a woman. Angie, see the women know. The women know. I didn't ask for your help, no. The women be knowing. I asked this lady for a measly $1,000 to put on my $135,000 bill. And I didn't ask for your help.
Didn't ask for your help.
So women, what do you want from us, man?
To die.
Y'all all got them cell phones, right? You better call 911. Don't call me.
They want us off the map.
Lee might got a woman. Lee might got a girlfriend. Lee might got a wife. I didn't ask for your help, man. Angie, shout out to Angie. Y'all women be knowing. All right, man. This is making me angry.
Yeah, no, I mean and that's the thing. Like I've been seeing it all weekend. Like people are really divided on this issue, and they get really angry about it. And it's like,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's how, I was gonna end it right there. I'm just kind of surprised,
Team
but at the same
deathmatch.
time, it's like
Now we
it
really
makes me
get
not want
play
to
with
cover
fire.
stuff like that because people get divisive.
3.
Yeah, I'm covering it. I said I'm angry.
Shoot the other guy
I'm
until they're dead.
piss me off. I'm in here fighting, goddamn.
He's like, no, we're gonna talk about it.
Yes. Let me get some of these super. Shout out to Rhodes, Dogs in Conversation. I like that. Dogs in Conversation said respect to the lead in AV. You are appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shout out to Rhodes. And I got a lot of different super chats, but I'm gonna get to them. Shout out to Mr. Told You. He said, I want the full interaction the officer had with the judge which led to her arrest. I've been on search warrants where everyone is detained during chaos. It's driven by fluid dynamics sometimes not captured on video. This is true. And it's all fluid, especially when you got, 20, 30, 50 people around. Like, who the hell knows what's going on? I don't know how people are talking. Shout out to the cops. I could never be one. My personality isn't as such to allow that. They'd be like, Lee, you've been 3 days on the job and you got into an altercation and you lost your temper. I didn't lose my temper. Lee, you saw the body cam.
Now dust yourself off and go burn those germs.
All right, so when my last check hit, because I already know. I would be like one of them cops back in the 80s where body cam, what was that? And you gonna talk back and you gonna hit me? All right, so shout out to body cam footage because that has really made the cops more civil because we're all humans. Jesus. So thank you so much, Mr. I told you. You're exactly right. The body cam footage will have your boy fired. Shout out to
Our son.
I don't know.
This one's got me stumped too.
Says many years ago, my now ex ran her mouth at a random dude. It ended with him hurt and me in jail for a weekend. Even though I won, I lost. Never again. Never again. Now, you say never again, but I don't know if this is true because you say many years ago, my now ex. My now ex, which means that, does that mean at the time she was your ex? But she ran her mouth at it. I mean, that's harder. That's harder to let a dude just beat up your active girlfriend. I don't know if I could do that. You would want it to be like Job. You'd want it to be like Job where you were God. And you say, okay, dude, I know you got reason to be mad at her. So I'm gonna allow you to do this, but you can't do that. And I'm gonna allow you to do this, but you can't do that. You do this, but you can't do this other. But you're never gonna be in that situation where you can like determine what the dude can and can't do. I mean, would you even allow the dude to slap your wife? I mean, if it's your girlfriend, if the dude slaps your girl, she's supposed to come home to you and get it wet. Like, that's just gonna kill the whole thing. If we're honest, let's be honest. If a dude slaps your girl in the face and you just stand there like, you shouldn't have ran your mouth, you would be right. But are we fair in saying the relationship is over? It's over. One of the big things that these women look for us, supposedly, not in 2024 apparently, because they're all false women, but is protection. And if it's your wife, I guess you gotta die. I mean, if it's your wife, all right, just take your knife out and fucking kill me. Because if you're not gonna protect your wife, well, fuck, why do you even marry her? Let your wife get beat up and nigga, what's for dinner, baby? I'm gonna take you out. I'm gonna take you to the hospital, and then we're gonna go out to Cheddar's. At a certain point, guys, you might be asked to protect somebody. And if it's your wife, now what you would hope is that your wife didn't have any liability in it. Your wife wasn't the cause of it. That's all men are asking women. We will protect you, but can you not be the cause? Because it's rare that a man is just gonna walk up to a woman and punch her on the face when nothing's been showed up. Men think about the conservation of energy. It takes energy for us to come and punch you in the mouth. Why would we do that if there wasn't a history there? You ain't doing so good, pal. Time to roll up your sleeves. So can you just not?
Sorry to interrupt, Lee. It looks like they're back whenever.
Sanitize the bad guy.
Man, I could turn this whole stream into another stream. All right, let's go ahead. Can you email me the what? Don't email me. What's
Fox 5. shout out to someone who just sent me some interesting information about your question you had about Gabe. It is the same game that.
It's the same game. It's the same game. Interesting. All right, so we are back.
I'm
on. I think I want to continue this though. This has been a very
my team ain't doing shit. That's the problem.
discussion, guys. And if women are in the chat and they're mad at me, it is what it is.
Welcome to the
niggas running away from niggas, bro.
Because I'm right on this, and I think men will back me up. Now, do women just want free protection? Yeah, we all do. But we all want a lot of things. In 2024, you know, it's something different. But shout out, this is a great topic, and it could go. I actually want to pull y'all up. I want to pull some women up, and I want to hear what women have to say, because women are not in agreement with the no thing. If you look at the poll, women are not saying yes. The women are not saying that men should not protect them if they're strangers. So this has been a really good topic here. Let's pull it up. Bam. All right, let us see what's going on.
Yeah, blew it, pal.
No.
That team just sucked, bro. Straight like
that mic got pushed and that mute button was hit.
Betty Boop Booty Baby says, I'm not mad at you, Lee. Like if there's anybody that I do not want mad at me, it is Betty Booty Baby. All right, if there's anybody. All right, let's go ahead and do a little TiVo here.
Bro. 8-20. That nigga was sitting in the corner. Wasn't even moving, dog. Like he was playing for the other side.
Councils, thank you for your patience. I had to take up some business. It took a little bit longer than I expected. So, I think
we back, chat. We back. We back.
Page 140, line 11, page 140, line 6.
Yes, that's definitely.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna get some video action.
We back, chat. It's not that page. This page. What's up with my mic? What the fuck? Like, how the fuck is this, bro? This shit turns off every 2 fucking minutes. I just don't understand why it has that song, but whatever. Next person on the stand, Rich Homie Quan.
Okay, we're back on the record. Councils, thank you for your patience. I had to take up some business. It took a little bit longer than I expected. So I think we left off with page 140, line 11 to page 143, line 16.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'll just play that portion. And it should begin at approximately 11:16:19 through 11. My numbers might be off. Hold on one second. 11. Something's wrong. 11:16.
I'm sorry, what part of the you're playing from?
It should be 11:16:19 to 11:18:17.
This is the page 140.
Yes, page 140, line 11 through page 143, line 16.
Oh, okay. All right.
When you shot at Taylor, yeah. This why I didn't get a chance to get out the gun, but you ain't give me the gun, baby. You know me?
And I'm going to go back, Your Honor.
But the gun that I had shot at them with, that was Shannon gun. When you shot at Taylor, yeah. That's why I didn't get a chance to get out the gun, but you ain't give me the gun, baby. You know me? When the police came to the house, Shannon right there. You didn't come. Shannon right there. What was the gun? The gun right there. You know what I mean? The gun was right with it. The gun just like I never took the gun over. I was so scared and I was just like I'm just defending it. Right. So where was the gun when the police got there? The gun was like I had put it in the house. You know what I mean? So when I was asked where the gun was, I'm like, shit, I can get it. Like give it to me. But Shannon went in there and got the gun and left with it. I mean, so that's why I was like, give me another thing. That's why
What kind of gun was it?
Huh?
What kind of gun was it?
A Glock.
A Glock, what, 49?
It was a 40. About this long.
And that's why you had to, when they got the magazine.
The clip, yeah, the clip. So it was Shannon gun, but when the police asked for it, he didn't want to give it back. Right.
That's what really started the whole Rico.
I was going to give it back though, because I didn't want to go to jail for it. Right. I mean, so when Shannon went there and got the gun, that's why I told her I wanted to tell her, like, let me talk to you, when I talk to you, and you like, get you that gun. But when I tried to get the gun, changed it, he wouldn't give it to me, then he went on the show with Thor, he left.
But that's not exactly what you said. You said that K or D or somebody you wanted to purchase the gun for.
No, you getting wrong.
Okay, well,
you saying it's not the Glock.
From the night of the shoot. Yeah. They shot at your girl, Morgan.
Yeah. Right. Shannon left with the gun.
Okay, well, this is the first you telling us about that. I'm just going to...
I told you, I just like somebody that can't got the gun. Right. You get it? But Shannon got the gun. He still got the gun though.
What do y'all use to get all these guns?
We're stopping at 11:18:20.
I'm probably gonna have to leave before this over. I'll go pick my kids up at 3. It's 2:07, so you know how this going. Oh, 2:45. I'm out of here.
Sure.
I might leave the stream
a couple
running.
things that I object to
know.
with this. Obviously, it's character evidence about my client owning and possessing a gun based on my client's status as a convicted felon at that time. That would be an illegal act. We have not been given any 404B notice about this previously. So that's my first objection. It's not charged conduct either. And finally, a foundation hasn't been laid to play this portion of the tape. The state did not confront Mr. Copeland and say, in the interview on June 10th, 2015, did did you tell Investigator Gaither that after being shot at outside your house, Shannon, that was Shannon's gun, Shannon took the gun, Shannon wouldn't return the gun, etc. He's never been confronted with those prior statements, so I don't think the foundation has been laid for either.
As to Mr. Copeland.
Right. I don't think the foundation has been laid for either prior inconsistent statements or impeachment by contradiction.
That was fucking.
Is there a requirement that the declarant be confronted as to that?
Yes.
In this particular circumstance?
I would, yes. That's definitely for prior inconsistent statement. But again, I don't know how a contradiction can be established without first getting the side of the story that you claim is being contradicted.
All right. You hold on 1 second.
Fuck is this dude? Let's see if we can clear that up. Shit, I'm doing. Clear it up a little bit.
All right. Mr. Shard, anything else, sir?
I know.
Okay. Mr. Steele? Anything, sir?
Just adopt the same, can't just play the recording.
Okay.
No foundation for it. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews?
No, yeah.
All right. Misty Williams? Mr. Harvey? Okay. All right. Okay. State, why do you believe it should, I want to hear it, but why do you believe it's admissible?
Okay. So, Your Honor, first to address that the foundation has not been laid. Yes, the foundation has been laid about the gun. In any of his statements in these.
How has the foundation been laid?
Because when he says, I don't remember anything that I told the police, coupled with everything that he is saying, he made it all up. That is the foundation to which we get to play his prior statement.
Does he have to be confronted
No.
with it, as Mr. Shart mentioned?
He does not. The moment that he says, I don't remember anything, we can confront him with all of his statements, especially when he says, I don't remember anything I told the police and everything I said to the police, I was just making it up. We don't have to confront him with every single line in his statement, and I'll find the specific case law that states that.
Yeah, do you have any case law which would indicate that this is one of the exceptions where he does not have to be confronted as to his statement?
Yes, we'll pull that. So while we're waiting for that specific case law,
all right.
Further,
and what else?
When he says that the fact that Mr. Stillwell possessed a gun is not bad character in and of itself. So, Your Honor, I would like to direct you to 3 cases. The most recent is going to be Hill v. State, which is 2024, Georgia Lexus 140, which was decided on June 11, 2024. And specifically, that case talks about the fact that someone has a knife. Is not bad character, but they cite the Adams v. State case, which is the next case I want to provide to the court, which is Adams v. State, 318 Georgia 105.
318 Georgia 105.
Yes, which is also a 2024 case.
All right.
And what it says is specifically that given that gun ownership and the custom of carrying a gun do not by themselves impute bad character. So solely for the fact that Mr. Copeland is saying that Shannon had the gun, that in and of itself is not bad character evidence. It would not impugn Mr. Stillwell's character. But even if the court thought it was an impugn on his character, Your Honor, this is intrinsic evidence in which would be admissible because this is inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the offenses in this case and is necessary to complete the story of this overall crime. If you can recall, Your Honor.
Did we have a hearing about this earlier?
It doesn't have to have a hearing. So intrinsic evidence does not have to have a hearing. And specifically, I'm citing from Johnson v. State, which is 312 Georgia 481.
Said 312 Georgia
481.
Okay.
Evidence pertaining to the chain of events explain the context, motive, and setup of the crime is setup of the crime is properly admitted if it is linked in time and circumstances with the charged crime. So, Your Honor, here the charged crime is the murder of Donovan Thomas. As we've been discussing, after Mr. Thomas was murdered, there were a series of events that occurred. One is the shooting of Mr. Copeland with his child and his child's mother, which the court has heard testimony about. In his February 21st statement, Mr. Copeland talks about this gun, the gun that he used to shoot back at Tay, or shoot back at those who were shooting at him. And if you can recall that they kept asking in both the February 20th interview and the February 21st interview, where's the gun? Where's the gun? We need the gun. We need the gun. We need the gun. And what he's finally explaining in June is that the gun that they were asking for was Shannon's gun, and that Shannon had took it to Miami. That is why he could not give the gun back to the police. So that's
the same gun he said he was gonna go get, and he never did.
Yes, Your Honor.
They came and arrested him again.
Yes, Your Honor. And the reason why he could not give them the gun is because Shannon had took the gun with him to Miami. And now,
I don't think that's accurate based on what was said. I think he said Shannon's in Miami. I don't think the gun was.
I believe he does say that Shannon.
He says in the transcript.
Yeah.
I think, Mr. Sharp, I think that, let's see. Well, he says, remember, this is page 142. Mr. Copeland purported speaking. You know what I mean? So when Shannon went in there, he got the gun. That's why I told the detective, let me talk to you. When I talked to you, he was like, get you that gun. I remember I tried to get the gun. Shannon says he wasn't giving it to me. Then he went on the show with Thug. He left.
And if you go to page 143, Your Honor, he further says, and maybe I made the inference, Shannon left with the gun on page 143, line 7.
Yeah, Shannon left with the gun.
So I just deducted by inference that Shannon left with the gun when he went on the tour with Thug, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, we believe that it comes in, one, it's intrinsic evidence. Two, it's not bad character in and of itself, the fact that he possessed the gun in this case. And also citing Williams v. State, 302 Georgia 474. And I'm just going to read this last line. Intrinsic evidence remains admissible even if it incidentally places the defendant's character at issue. Again, we don't think that Mr. Stillwell's character is at issue, but if the court thought it was, that the fact that it's intrinsic to Mr. Copeland now further explaining why he was unable to turn that gun in. It would not be an issue if it incidentally places Mr. Stillwell's character at issue, but we don't believe that this is character evidence at all, given that solely the fact that he possessed the gun in and of itself is not bad character. And Your Honor, regarding the assertion about whether or not we have to confront Mr. Copeland line by line, I'll cite the court Bridgewater v. States, 309 Georgia, 882 at 887, which is a 2020 case.
You said 309 Georgia, 882 at what?
At 887. Oh, sorry.
All right.
And again, Bridgewater specifically addresses prior inconsistent statements. However, we believe the principle remains the same for impeachment by contradiction, and that we do not have to go line by line once Mr. Copeland has denied, remember anything he said in his prior statements, and has said that everything he said, he made it all up, or he made it up, that we do not have to go line by line to impeach him with every single line in his prior statement.
All right. Okay. Mr. Shaw, you rose. Anything else, sir?
Yes, sir. My colleagues are looking at the Bridgewater case, but regarding whether this is character evidence or bad character evidence, to my understanding, the cases that are cited by the state are a little bit different than the facts here, and simply because, yes, I understand it is, according to the Supreme Court of the United States and according to the Second Amendment, it's pretty much everyone's right, citizen of the United States, to have possession of a handgun subject to certain restrictions. However, Mr. Stillwell, it can be distinguished, his situation can be distinguished from the individuals in those cases that the state cites, and that's because Mr. Stillwell is a convicted felon, meaning his possession of a gun would per se be a crime, and the jurors, as the state has made it clear by admitting probably 4 prior convictions of Mr. Stillwell, they've made it clear to the jury that Mr. Stillwell would have been committing a crime if he was in possession of a firearm at that time. So that's the difference. It is bad character evidence. All of this is subject to 403 balancing, and I'm not sure what probative value. Again, we're way, the state is labeling this as intrinsic. We have a murder case from January 2015. Then we have a unrelated shooting case upon Kenneth Copeland at his house, which happens approximately a month and some days later. The state, I understand their theory, but there's really been no hard evidence that shows that these 2 events are at all linked. So now we're getting into the weeds of what happened to a gun in an unrelated shooting that happened around the same time, where the target was Kenneth Copeland, and what happened to the gun that he used to shoot back at the people that were shooting at him. We're way off in left field at this point. These are collateral matters, and the ownership of the gun that Kenneth Copeland was shooting on that day when people were shooting out of a car at him is of very limited probative value as to who killed Donovan Thomas on January 10th, 2015. And I think we need to keep that in sight and what we're actually trying to prove and what this case is about. The February 20th shooting that this gun was used in is not charged conduct in this case. And now we're getting into the weeds about whether this was potentially my client's gun that was used. And again, there's prejudicial harm towards my client that comes along with that information being given to the jury.
All right, sir. Mr. Steele, go right ahead, sir.
Your Honor, I think that the state's reliance on Bridgewater, BRIDGWEATER versus State, 309 Georgia, 822, it's in Division 2, 2020 case, is off the legal mark. This case in the fourth paragraph, our highest court specifically wrote, Bridgewater further challenges Davis's out-of-court statements to Thornton as recounted by Thornton, arguing that the state failed to ask Davis any specific questions about those alleged statements and did not identify the substance of those statements. As a result, Bridgewater argues Davis was never, and this is from the statute, which is 24-6-613, afforded an opportunity to explain or deny prior inconsistent statement to Thornton, and the defense was unable to interrogate Davis about them. We disagree, and here it is, Your Honor. On direct examination, Davis expressly denied knowing Thornton and denied ever speaking to him. Although Davis appeared to contradict himself by saying that Rashawn, which is R-A-S-H-A-W-N, gave him a ride to Short's mother's house, the prosecution later asked whether Davis recalled any conversation with Rashawn Thornton at all, and Davis replied no. And this is what the holding is. Davis's unambiguous denial that he had ever spoken with Thornton, as well as his assertion that he did not recall ever speaking with him, obviated the need for the prosecutor to ask Davis about specific statements made to Thornton and to provide specific foundation for the state to present extrinsic evidence of such statements. And Your Honor, here what we have is Mr. Copeland never said, I denied speaking with the authorities, or I deny ever discussing Mr. Williams et al. With the authorities. He is saying actually the opposite. I probably did say all that. Let me explain to you why. So the state's reliance on Bridgewater, respectfully, is not on point. And then in Bridgewater is cited in Rozier, which is R-O-Z-I-E-R.
Mr. Steele, can I ask you a question? No, it looks like on in I think it's going to be page 886. It's got Bridgewater further challenges Davis' out-of-court statements to Thornton, as recounted by Thornton, arguing that the state failed to ask Davis any specific questions about those alleged statements and did not identify the substance of those statements. As a result, Bridgewater argues that he was never afforded an opportunity to explain or deny his prior consistent statements to Thornton, and the defense team was unable to interrogate Davis about them. And they cite 24-6-603, and they state the appellate court states that we disagree. So how are you saying that's not applicable or potentially applicable here?
Because if you just go the next two sentences, specifically, Mr. Davis, the witness, denied ever making a statement to the police at all, and denied ever even knowing one of the parties.
Well, isn't that kind of similar what we have here in terms of Copeland saying, "Hey, I made up this stuff," or words to that effect?
I think it's diametrically opposed, because Mr. Copeland's saying, I actually did say all this. His words, I believe, are, I probably did. I was making it up.
Well, I think he says that, but I think he also says I made up a lot of this stuff just to get out of jail. So,
well, I think that is in concert. So they hold hands. I think the way I understood it, I'm not looking at a transcript. Mr. Copeland said, I probably did say that. I would do anything to get the authorities to take the target off me and put it onto someone else. That's how I understood basically the totality of his testimony. So he is not denying. Mr. Davis here said, I never spoke to the police. I never spoke with them. So that is a blanket denial that he said anything. He also said, I don't know this person.
Oh shit, Mr.
That is a blanket denial that he could talk about that person. So the state, in that case, in Bridgewater, did not have to go line by line, question by question, and say, well, didn't you say this? Here, I think we are jumping the curve and allowing the state, based upon their desire, I guess, not to lay a foundation the way I understand the law, and just say, well, he said, and the state keeps saying the same thing, and the court keeps saying that's not what he said. The state keeps saying, he said, I lied about everything.
that's what the state told me.
They keep telling the same thing day after day. That is not what the court heard. It's not what I heard. Where Attorney Adams, he's saying, shaking his head yes. He's just explaining it. But if they want to get in a specific, like Shannon had the gun, Mr. Jackson, excuse me, had the gun, then I would also join Mr. Sharp and say that he needs to be given an opportunity to say, did you say this? And then he'll say, I assume, yes, I did say this. Why did you say it? Because I lied. And then you don't have to play the recording.
I'm going to ask you one other question. What say you about the extrinsic evidence argument from the state?
I think that it's specious. I think that, and I could give you the case right now, actually. I just have to flip my computer. What Mr. Shart said is right. This is not, yes, if I possess a gun, there's no problem. I could possess a gun like I could possess this highlighter. It's not bad character. But Mr. Jackson, in this case, is a convicted felon before this June 10th, 2015 interview. So clearly that is a criminal activity. So I think that answered your question. So I do believe that it is the character, inappropriate character of Mr. Jackson.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, anybody else? Okay, State?
Yes, Your Honor. So as it relates to the prior inconsistent.
Let's talk about Bridgewater first. What's your take on that?
So again, Your Honor, Bridgewater is a prior inconsistent statement case. We are at impeachment by contradiction. He says he made everything up. So there, even if he didn't say the word lying, he said, everything I said back in 2015, I made it all up so I can get out of jail. So now the jurors get to see what he said previously in order to determine if they believe him in court or if they believe him when he testified, when he talked to police back in 2015 that he made it all up. Second, so that's first and foremost. As it relates to my response to Bridgewater, we use it as an example of whether or not we have to go line by line, But for the same principle, if we're impeaching him by contradiction, we are saying what he told this jury in 2024 is contradicted by what he was doing in 2015. So that answers the first question as it relates to the Bridgewater analysis. And I think, and I would need Ms. Weaver to check, I believe when prior to the February 20th interview, before we started playing that interview, I thought I asked Mr. Copeland about what happened with the gun, but I would need to double check that. I don't want to say it, but I thought I asked him what did he do with the gun, and he denied giving it to Shannon, or he denied what his response was. But I would need to check the transcript for that.
What about the issue asserted by the defendants about Mr. Stillwell being a convicted felon? And because you cited a couple of cases for that particular proposition: Adams versus the state, Hill versus the state, and Williams versus the state. Johnson versus the state.
You're right.
Is that different because Mr. Stillwell is a convicted felon? I mean,
no, I don't believe so. And I was looking at another case, Hollis v. State.
Hollis, Hollis v. State?
Yes, Hollis v. State, to look at
what's Hollis'
359 Georgia App 249.
Is Georgia Appeals or Georgia?
Georgia Appeals 249. To see if in the facts of that case, if the defendant Hollis, I believe in that case, defendant Hollis may have been on probation for a crime and he had a gun, and the same proposition was the same, but I need to look back at the facts of those cases. And I'll wait till the court looks at Hollis. there being an Adams case, I think there was someone else for probation. So I have not found a case out at one point. Speaking directly to the issue of Mr. Stillwell being on whether or not the fact that Mr. Stillwell being on probation would impugn his character, but Your Honor, the state will go back to the Johnson v. State case, which is about inextricably intertwined evidence, Your Honor. And again, not forgetting that the prosecution that's currently going on is not relegated only to the murder of Donovan Thomas. We are in a RICO conspiracy. And so the sole fact that Mr. Copeland, in the midst of a retaliatory shooting in which the opposition gang believes that he killed one of their gang members, uses a gun that was given to him by Shannon Stillwell, is one, inextricably intertwined into this case. And although it's inextricably intertwined, and although it incidentally places his character although it places Mr. Stillwell's character at issue, it is inextricably intertwined into the overarching story and conspiracy that we are attempting to prove in this case, Your Honor. And here in the Johnson case specifically, this court let in an entire aggravated assault shooting as intrinsic evidence.
Is that Johnson at 312 Georgia 481?
Yes, 481.
All right.
And interestingly enough, this case involves the Atlanta Blood Gang as well. But here the court let in an entire aggravated assault shooting as intrinsic evidence.
But I think that, let me go back to Adams. I think Mr. Shart's argument is his specific grounds of objection are that his client is a convicted felon. So,
And so that's why the fallback plan, not the fallback plan, but that's why if you think that that is a character issue, what Johnson v. State says is if an act is inextricably intertwined, one, it comes in, and then two, when I cited the court to Williams v. State, 302 Georgia 474, intrinsic evidence remains admissible even if it incidentally places the defendant's character at issue. So even if you believe that his character, which the state still contends that it is not, because it's intrinsic, even if it incidentally places the defendant's character at issue, it would still come in. This incident in which Mr. Copeland is now explaining to the investigators why he was unable to turn in this gun is inextricably intertwined into the series of events that occurred. Defense counsel has made it an issue that Mr. Copeland has been lying throughout this entire interview. So this gives a reason why he was unable to turn in that gun.
We haven't even crossed Mr. Copeland, so I don't know. I haven't called Mr. Copeland.
Mr. Steele's argument all last week is the reason why some other rumors are going to come in is because they want to show that Mr. Copeland lies in this interview. That was the exact argument last week as to why certain non-relevant portions of this interview should come in.
Ms. Hilton?
Mr. Shaw?
I'm just seeing if you were
yes.
Finished. Okay. So, Your Honor, couple things I disagree with. First of all, this is not intrinsic. The state can say, oh, well, this is a RICO conspiracy. We are dealing with the January 10, 2015 Donovan Thomas homicide, and that's allegedly what all this is related to, according to the state. But even if we took an expansive view, this indictment alleges, I should know the number, near 200 different overt acts. 191, okay? This February 20th shootout outside Kenneth Copeland's house is not one of the alleged acts. So we are now going into the minute details and collateral information about a act that isn't even among the 191 acts charged. Secondly, even if we were to label this as intrinsic, which I don't believe it is, the state said it's admissible as long as, even if it incidentally puts the character of the defendant at issue. This is more than incidentally.
Let me just engage in a little conversation. Ordinarily, you'd be right, but there's a background in terms of this gun that the jury's heard and is continuing to hear in this particular case, and that being is that in the interview he says, well, Copeland, I was telling the police anything they want to hear because I want to get out of jail. I'm gonna go get that gun. This kind of fills in that particular narrative about this particular gun. So it is kind of is relevant, and it is kind of inextricably kind of intertwined in that respect. And,
well,
and it kind of in looking at Johnson at 370 at 312 Georgia 481. Evidence is admissible as intrinsic evidence when it is an uncharged offense arising from the same transaction or series of transactions charged offense. 2, necessary to complete the story of the crime. Or 3, inextricably intertwined with evidence regarding the charged offense. And it's like Smith versus the state. So in this particular circumstance, I think that's why they're trying to complete the picture about the weapon.
I understand what.
Okay, and I know you fundamentally disagree, and I'll take that.
Let me just say a couple things. First of all, this weapon.
Chat, I gotta run. I'm gonna leave the stream going though, and I'll be back. You
This
alright?
gun is not involved allegedly in any other crimes or acts. So there's no loose ends that need to be tied up later with who had this gun or where was this gun. This gun, the story about this gun ends here. Okay, so there's nothing else that comes up about this gun. But secondly, when we're talking about, and this is why I said incidentally places character evidence. Okay, I've already distinguished my client is a convicted felon. It's character.
Do you have any case law that,
this is
that specifically shows that, and you can invite me to look at about a convicted felon?
Well, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, evidence of someone committing an uncharged crime is. But
I asked you if you had a case.
I can look.
So I could. I mean, that would help me kind of decide this. But it looks like from looking at Johnson that even an uncharged offense, can be considered for the proper purpose.
I understand that, but this is when we get to the level of prejudice and
I have to I'll make a 403 balancing test in that respect, because you're absolutely right. I'm supposed to do that.
And I just want to point this out. Not only would the jurors be hearing about my client committing an uncharged crime, but the most important thing that I'd ask you to consider is my client, this uncharged crime, which they're going to hear about through a videotape of my client committing. My client is charged in this indictment with 2 counts of that exact crime. So they're going to hear a videotape of Kenneth Copeland talking about my client, Mr. Stillwell, committed possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. They're not supposed to consider that for propensity, I guess. But then at the same time, they're going to be asked to weigh in on his guilt or innocence of 2 separate counts of possession of firearm by a convicted felon. To me, that increases the prejudice because, I mean, it's obvious if you were charged with check fraud and you know someone brought up that you pushed a lady down the stairs one time, yeah, that would be prejudicial. But if they bring up the fact, oh yeah, he's been convicted of, or he committed check fraud on this day and committed check fraud on that day, and then we say, hey jurors, what do you think about Mr. Stillwell? Do you think he's guilty of these check frauds? Of course they're going to say yes, because they're going to have heard about these prior uncharged acts. So that's what I'm dealing with. The uncharged act is exactly what he's charged with in this indictment.
Okay.
And that increases the prejudice.
All right, you're saying just the fact that the state's trying to complete this. So you're saying the state's trying to complete this story about this weapon, and this weapon is not used in any way in this particular case?
There's no story to complete about the weapon. The weapon is a dead end. Nothing happens with that weapon. I could see if this weapon was used in another crime and they need to track it. This weapon is not part of the story at all. It's not intrinsic. It's a dead end.
Well, I'll weigh that, but I think they're saying it's intrinsic to the fact of this completion of the weapon. I understand now. I understand your point is it's not really this is not the gun that's charged with anything in this case.
Right. There's no ballistic matches.
All right. Okay. State.
Your Honor, again, the state's intention is not to impugn that this gun was used in any other offense. It is solely to complete when Mr. Copeland says, I told you all I was going to turn in a gun. The gun that I was supposed to turn into you all, I did not turn it in because it was Shannon's gun. That is what we're trying to complete because, again, defense counsel will purport through whether it's their cross-examination, but what they have indicated is that they want to show that Mr. Copeland is a liar. Mr. Copeland is now explaining to the detectives, in February, I told you all I was going to give you a gun. I never gave you all a gun. Well, let me tell you in June why I didn't give you all the gun. I didn't give you the gun because it was Shannon's gun. And Shannon took the gun with him. And that's why I could not give it to you all. But there's a reason behind the gun.
But what it does is, nobody's been able to kind of tell me otherwise that being a convicted felon. I mean, I know it's a status offense, but.
But even looking at Johnson, Your Honor, the Johnson case in which they're allowing an intrinsic act of an aggravated assault, the case itself was a murder case. And they allowed into evidence another aggravated assault. It was a murder and a shooting incident at a gambling house.
Uncharged aggravated assault. Or
yes, it was
the one that was on charge in the indictment.
It was uncharged. It was uncharged in the indictment, and they allowed it an entire.
It was not charged in the indictment.
It was not charged in the indictment. So here, Your Honor, we're not asking for a crime to be admitted. We're asking solely for the playing of the fact that the gun was not turned in because it belonged to Shannon. Shannon went on tour with Thug, and he went to Miami. We're not even saying that.
Okay. All right. Let me say about that. What about Mr. Shart's argument about it? I have to do then a 403 balancing test. Is it more probative than prejudicial? He's saying you've already charged Mr. Stillwell with 2 counts of possession of firearm by a convicted felon, which are going to be brought up later on. He's saying this increases the prejudice. So what would you say about that? Because, and I'm listening to it because it's a road to nowhere. It's kind of like, in terms of what you have to prove, it kind of just, the jurors may think, well, this guy's, who's a convicted felon has this gun and it's not really involved in anything that's charged in this case.
Your Honor, Mr. Stillwell is charged with a murder in 2022. And that's, I believe, one of the offenses.
Okay, but is this gun tied to anything?
The gun is not tied, but Your Honor.
Okay, that increases the prejudice though, because if it's not tied to anything, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, go ahead. I'm apologizing.
No, you
ahead.
go. I'm sorry.
Now, what it does is it increases the prejudice in terms of because you don't want the jury confused on the fact of, okay, we've heard Shannon's got a gun, or that Copeland's saying, hey, Shannon, the reason I didn't turn it in is because Shannon took it and he took it down he took it. But it doesn't go anywhere because it's not used in anything other thing. It's not used in any other criminal offense. It's not tied to a murder. It's not tied to anything. It's just the fact that this shows where this gun went on a guy that's already who's a convicted felon, and it's not charged in the indictment. I know I could probably let it in, but my concern is Mr. Sharp's concern, and that's whether or not it's more prejudicial than probative, given everything that he's charged with. Is this going to confuse the jury or let them know, hey, what about this weapon when it's not tied to anything in the indictment? I mean, I know that Johnson seems to indicate that, but so tell me how I get over the 403, given what you charged Mr. Stillwell with in this indictment.
Sure, because the state has not asserted and will not assert that this gun that Mr. Copeland used in 2015 is the same gun used in 2022. It's a 7-year difference between this particular incident in 2015 and what Mr. Copeland says. The only purpose for this portion is to complete what happened with the gun, especially given this notion or this idea that in 2015, Mr. Copeland was just lying about everything. So we as a state have to show, we believe that in 2015, his statements were credible. He gave a reason for what happened with the gun. I believe that Mr. Sharp's trying to confuse issues as to the fact that Mr. Stillwell is charged in the indictment with possession of a gun. That is separate and apart from the purpose in which this particular piece of evidence will come in. It is solely to complete what happened with the gun that Mr. Copeland used in order to defend him, his child, and his child's mother. The state has no intention of saying this Glock was used in some other crime because we don't have any evidence towards that. Furthermore, when we talk about what happened in 2022, as the court will instruct the jury, they have to look at every crime individually. So when we get to 2022 and the murder that happens in 2022, the jury is going to have to look at the evidence for that particular crime in addition with the RICO, independently of whether or not Mr. Copeland used this gun to fire back at individuals who were shooting at him. They're going to have to parse out that evidence for themselves.
That's a separate issue other than Mr. Stillwell. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm inclined to apply the 403 balancing test and find it's more prejudicial than probative. But here's the take, defense. If you open the door as to it, I'm going to let them bring the truck. So you got to be very careful about not opening the door about this particular issue and this weapon, okay? Because if you open the door as to it, I agree with you, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, that it is more prejudicial than probative. But if you dance around the issue and open it up, I'll revisit my decision. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And then, Your Honor, can we then ask him if he gave the gun to someone? Because I believe that it is important that the jurors know something happened with this gun in which he expressed that to the officers back in 2015. I mean, not to say that it was Shannon, but to say that.
I think you get in the same issue about if you name Mr. Stillwell.
No, we're saying not to name him, but, and I don't know what Mr. Copeland's response will be in court today, or in court whenever he comes back. But to ask him specifically, did he give, without telling me who, did someone take that gun? I mean, because I believe that we have to tie, there's a reason why that gun was never turned in.
Ms. Sharp?
Your Honor, my concern is prejudice upon my client, Mr. Stillwell. So if Mr. Copeland is properly instructed beforehand to
not mention Mr. Stillwell's name or,
right,
or anybody else's name?
And he says the gun was taken and I was not able to retrieve it or whatever, then that solves my problem.
All right. Stay, are you good with that? And I will I will just tell you that you will need to talk with Mr. Copeland about that. He needs to make very clear that he cannot mention Shannon or anybody else.
And again, given his current, how he's been testifying in court, we don't want to allude. I want him to give whatever answer he's going to give.
But I think you're going to have to tell him that the court has already ruled you cannot say it's Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
I mean, I think before you, I think that would be a proper witness admonition about that.
Yes.
Or, you could lead him at that point in time.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
So you do both of those two things just to make sure he doesn't get into anything that would be inappropriate. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Moving on, I think the next thing that we have is 11:45:15 through 11:45:24, which corresponds with page 183, lines 21 through 23.
Those are the state's redactions. So we can move forward. I think the next defense redactions are page.
So are you going to redact those particular portions, or are you not sure? You got, I think under Mr. Sharp's table, it's got unsure.
We're not playing those. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you're not going to play those.
Yes, we're not playing those portions.
All right, so you're going to omit that, and you're also going to omit 11:48:25 through 11:48:34, and that corresponds with page 186, lines 20 through 22. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the next thing, Mr. Sharp, I think we have is page 188, line 9 to 189, line 9. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp, I think that's what you all have identified, and your comment is commenting about Shannon doing everything for Thug for free, or worse to that effect. So, you want to flesh that out?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know what Mr. Copeland is specifically referring to when he makes these very generalized statements. But he essentially just goes on to say that my client doesn't have many earthly possessions, which I don't have a problem with him saying that. But he also insinuates that he commits crimes for Jeffrey Williams and doesn't get paid to do so. He just does it to do it. He doesn't give specifics. I'm not sure what he's referring to, and it's bad character evidence, violates 404A and B, and that's why I'm objecting. And I don't know. It's entirely unclear what his personal knowledge to any of this is.
All right, sir. Ms. Hilton? Yes, ma'am. Okay, go ahead. And then what's that? What's the reference on the tape?
So the 1150 will start a little before 1150:01 to 1151:03.
All right.
Whatever he say, he does it. How much you get paid? Nothing. There's no way. There's no fucking way. It's my mom graveyard. Why? Well, why is he doing it?
He that guy.
Guess who told me? Guess who told me what he getting paid next? No. Wait a minute, what?
He said Shannon. Shannon told me. But why as it sounds, Shannon don't trust you. Why would I tell you anything?
Okay, put it away. He ain't got to tell me that. What does he got? Shannon got a truck. He gonna take you for $3,000 to get his truck back. He ain't got $3,000 to take him. But I mean, the shit out here, man. I know Shannon. So like I got something to say, now Willie, come on, man. You right, I don't have to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you ain't got shit, Willie, but you.
Okay, what's the state's theory of admissibility as to that respect?
You're
That
right.
particular line, those particular lines.
One, I don't believe that it's character evidence at all. When we start this portion, prior to this particular section, they begin talking about why the opposition was targeting him first, and him being why the opposition was targeting Mr. Copeland first after the murder of Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. And he's explaining, he being Mr. Copeland, is explaining that it's not me, it's Shannon. And he doesn't say his name. That's when he points to the paper. Because it would appear that on the paper, Shannon's name is on the paper. And he says, this is your problem right here. Whatever he says, he does. And he points to the paper. Presumably, Mr. Williams' name is on the paper and Mr. Stillwell's name is on the paper. They then go in to ask him, how much is he getting paid? He says he's not getting anything. And then they ask him, well, who told you that? And he says, he points, what I believe to be, he points at Shannon, because Dennis clarifies, he says Shannon. He says Shannon. So one, this goes into Copeland's belief of why he doesn't understand why he's being targeted by Ifgang, because
He being Copeland?
Correct. And he's explaining that I'm not the problem. It's Shannon is the issue. And they're trying to understand more of the dynamic or the relationship between Shannon and Mr. Williams. And he further explains that he's not getting paid. He does according to Copeland, he's doing whatever he wants just for him. And I believe that, again, that is
He being Mr. Stillwell?
correct, is doing whatever it is that Mr. Stillwell is doing for Mr. Williams and not getting paid for it and not, and so I think, again, that is important when we talk about this gang RICO enterprise, the relationship between the parties. And what Mr. Copeland is talking about is the relationship between his perception of the relationship between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Williams. And again, when we're talking about the larger conspiracy and we're talking about the nature of their relationship, the nature of the enterprise, here is arguably an unindicted co-conspirator to the larger gang talking about two other gang members and the relationship between them. We believe that that is relevant for the jury to hear.
Your Honor, I'm going to withdraw my objection to it.
Okay. Mr. Steele?
Well, I'm objecting to everything, but...
Of course. All right. I just wondered if you have another specific objection since it references your client. That's why I was asking you.
I have objections that I believe the court noted. I know Shannon. That's his response. How do you know this information? I know Shannon. He doesn't give any background reason. The state hasn't asked about this at all. And then Mr. Copeland just pontificates and speculates how did Shannon get $3,000. He has no idea. So all of that is wrong. With that being said, though, I don't want to go into Mr. Sharp. Really targets his point.
Okay. I've noted your objection. I'll allow the state to play it over the objection. I'll give you a continuing objection. And that is page 188, line 9 through 189, line 9 or thereabouts. Okay? All right, next, I think you all have page 196, line 16 through 199, line 4, and that talks about Mr. Stillwell and Dee shooting up houses, and about how Mr. Copeland lacks any firsthand knowledge and might be talking about the wrong story.
And you're right, this is page 197 to 198.
Page 197?
Yes. And I think we will start at page 197, line 17, and it actually goes to page 199, line 4, and the state has no objection to redacting that portion.
Ms. Hilton, I appreciate that. The way I'm reading the conversation, I'm seeing it begin on 196, actually line 1, about T being dropped off at the club. Now, admittedly, D being dropped off at the club is the part of this that concerns me. But I just wasn't sure if you wanted to take out any mention of anything or. I think it all involves the same event.
No, we believe that it's important up until line 121. Excuse me, line 20. Line 17.
I would say definitely we need to start on 14, 197 line 14. Where, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, what I heard was
Your Honor, we can redact beginning at line 14.
From page 197?
Yes, page 197.
Two.
After the period, after Big Brother.
So you redact after that?
Yes.
Through page 199, line 4?
Yes,
Mr. Short, you good with that? Anybody else have any objection or wish to be heard about those lines? Okay. All right, Mr. Steele. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Next is page 202, line 5 through 202, line 19. Before we go back there, Ms. Hilton, can you give us the transcript page, the tape references for 197, line 14 through 199, line 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's going to be around 11:57 and 22
to
11:58 29.
All right, thank you, madam. All right, going back to the next one, page 202, line 5 through page 202, line 19, and I believe that that is comments about Mr. Stillwell carrying a firearm.
You're right, given the court's current ruling, we would like it in, but we understand the court's previous ruling.
Okay.
And so I think that would be consistent with his previous
All right,
ruling.
I'll omit that. Any objection, Mr. Sharp?
No.
Okay, all right, I'll omit that. All right, the next one is page 213, line 20 through 214, line 16. And I believe that that goes to hearsay. Involving, I'm sorry, go ahead, madam. Involving the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Of course, it goes for one moment, Sharon.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Your
Okay, the page 213, line 20 to 214, line 16 is hearsay involving the Dexter Montgomery shooting. So.
And I can play it for the court, Sharon.
Okay.
It'll be from page 213, line 23 through page 214, line 18. And it's going to be 12:10:51
12:10:51
to 12:11:33.
All right. Okay. Go ahead and play it, please, Mal.
It's going to start a little earlier at 12:10:48.
Yes, ma'am.
They was talking about damn Wayne Buzz. I know OG Billy shot the boy in the head over there. No, you didn't. Who shot? DK? Nah, this ain't no. No, you. Cause two people got caught with sticks. Yeah, no, DK. And why did not shoot him? I don't know. This Detroit DK. I mean, they just like, no, without me, been on down for a question on the murder. I'm like, what murder? I think I killed this gas station in Lakewood. I mean, like that. So, but how do you know Nard did it? D? How do you know Nard did it? Said you been in trouble. They talk about it. I mean, like I tell you, yes, what it was.
And we're stopping at 12:11:34.
All right, State, you want to tell me? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to point out that in this, we've heard testimony about that incident. Mr. Copeland, no one said he was there. He obviously wasn't there. He says his source of information when he was talking to the police was D. I take that to mean there's two D's. I take that to mean Lil D, meaning Demekion Garlington.
But we don't know.
We don't know for certain. It could also be Quindarius Zachary or another D. But if it's any of those people, none of the people that were there are known as Lil D or D. So he got it from someone who must have got it from somewhere else. And so we're just kind of rehashing rumor and hearsay.
All right, sir. State.
And Your Honor, we should start with page 23, page 213, line 23. The reason that they even get into a conversation about the Dexter Montgomery shooting is Detective Gates. Let me say this. Let's get to context. This interview is in June of 2015. The police don't know the full details of the Dexter Montgomery shooting till about July of 2015 and August of 2015. And that is, if you can recall, Your Honor, that is when Walter Murphy was interviewed, both in July and August of 2015. So in June, they don't know the full details of what occurred. So Detective Gaither in the line right before this says, I know OG Bentley shot the boy in the head over there, talking about the Dexter Montgomery shooting. And Kenneth corrects her and says, no, he didn't. And she said, who shot him? And he says, they're saying Nard. Nard who? Because two people got out the car with sticks. And he's confirming Nard and DK. And he says, then why did Nard shoot him? I don't know. This is what D's telling me. I believe he's talking about Demekion because either earlier in the interview or later in the interview, he says he gets a lot of his information from Demekion. He says, you know what I mean? They just like Nard went down. Bentley went down for a question on a murder. And I was like, what murder? And some nigga got killed at the gas station in Lakewood. You know what I mean? Like that. And then they go in, but how do you know Nard did it? Said D. The reason why we believe that this is important, one, the evidence about the Dexter Montgomery shooting has already come in. The jury has heard that. They heard that over a course of a few weeks back, I think now in April of this year. The reason why this is important, again, Mr. Copeland saying everything he said, he was making it all up. One, this shows that he had knowledge of this gang's activity in 2015. And he's disclosing that information that he knew back in 2015 in this interview. And if the assertion is Mr. Copeland is lying throughout this entire interview, which is what defense counsel has purported or said that they plan on impeaching him on, this shows, one, he's not lying. Two, he knows how to correct inconsistencies or things that are incorrect. And it gives even more credibility to Mr. Copeland back in 2015 when he's giving information specifically about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. So we believe that the jurors can see from Mr. Copeland's ability to, one, correct the law enforcement officers, two, advise what he knows of the gang's activity is relevant for this jury to assess his credibility, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the fact remains it's still hearsay, and nothing that the state said is a hearsay exception.
Yeah. State, I'm in concurrence. It's still hearsay with no exception. So I'm going to omit that particular portion. From 213 line 23 through 214 line 18, 12:10:51 through 12:11:33. Okay, the next one is page 220, line 11, through 220, line 21. And I want to say that pertains to purportedly bad character, Mr. Stillwell punching somebody else's baby's mama.
Your Honor, the state, I believe the correct lines are page 220, lines 12 to 15, which is 12:15:50 through 12:15:56.
12:15, I'm sorry.
12:15:50 to 12:15:56.
Okay.
And we don't have any objections.
You're gonna, okay, all right.
And I agree that there are times covered what I was concerned.
Okay, all right. So that's covered. The next period is 222, line 17 through 223, line 6, and that purportedly shows some hearsay in regards to beef with Game and Nipsey Hussle and the squashing of this purported situation. Mr. Sharp, you want to say it? You want to flesh that out?
I have no indication that Mr. Copeland knows or has ever been around the Game, who I believe his government name is Jason Taylor, or Mr. Nipsey Hussle, who's now deceased. But it's certainly a story that he tells that I think there's internet rumors and speculation and everything else, but there's no indication that this is based on personal knowledge, anything more than me Googling street rumors and then saying this is what happened. So there's no personal knowledge. It should not come in. It's hearsay. And it's speculation.
All right, Ms. Hilton.
Yeah, I'll play the second.
Okay.
And we're going to start a little earlier at 12:16:59, but the relevant portions will begin at 12:17:08.
You said what? I'm sorry. One more time about the.
We're starting earlier at 12:16:59, but the relevant
12:16:59.
But the relevant portions will begin at 12:17:08.
And you're going to play through
12:17:31.
All right, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Nobody else care about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Don't take shit from nobody.
Well, how did the beef with Game in here?
The Game league is shut up and told Shan to do it. Shan told me his mother was up that way.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And told him no. Say something on the GD, I can't, Nipsey Hussle, something like that. He ended the beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped. You know what I mean? I ain't here to play. You know what I mean? I just don't want to go to jail.
And we stopped it at 12:17:35. And so what we have here, Your Honor, is actually two party opponent admissions. So Detective Dennis asks, well, how is the beef with Game and them? And Copeland says, well, the Game was fixing to get shot up if Thug would have told Shannon to do it. Shannon told me out of his own mouth he was up there waiting. Just give me the word. Yep, and Thug told him no. said talking to him, GD, I can't really say like Nipsey Hussle or some shit like that. He ended their beef. You feel what I'm saying? He stopped it. You know what I mean? I ain't here to play. And Your Honor, if you can recall, we already have in evidence the video of Mr. Stillwell in the car threatening the game that has already been introduced. So this is further corroboration of that video that has already been entered into evidence. And Copeland saying that Shannon was ready to act on behalf of the gang for Mr. Williams if Mr. Williams would have gave him the go ahead, but Mr. Williams told him not to do it. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
How did the beef with gang in?
The game nigga did shut up and throw it, told Shannon do it. Shannon told me his mouth, he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And throw it to him, no. Say, turn on the GD, I can't, Nipsey Hussle, something like that. He ain't the beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped. You know what I mean? I ain't here to play. You know what I mean?
And we concluded the playing again at 12:17:34.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
I don't hear exactly what Miss Hilton hears. I can't say I hear something different. I can't make out where she's saying that Shannon or that Kenneth said, told me out of his mouth. But it's hearsay unless we can identify the source of his knowledge and it falls under a hearsay exception. I don't believe that this statement does that. I believe that he's speculating based on what he's heard from, as I said, from the internet or rumors or street rumors. But the other thing I'll say, it's also not an admission by a party opponent in and of itself, and that's because the hearsay that I'm concerned with is Kenneth Copeland's hearsay, and he's not a party opponent. This is hearsay, and this never came up at all, to my recollection, in direct examination of Kenneth Copeland. So there's been absolutely no foundation laid.
What about the earlier video with your purported your client?
Well, that was
talking in the car about, hey, I think this is the one. If this is the one,
that was admitted over my objection.
Yes.
And my objection to that is still the same, and I guess I should probably reiterate that as well. This alleged incident involving the game is not charged as an overt act. There's no police reports in the discovery, to my knowledge, is just this video with nothing else. So there's really no, I know that the state wants to take a very expansive view of what a RICO prosecution is, but again, they named 191 overt acts. Nothing involving the gang was named in the indictment, and there's no police reports regarding threats to the game or anything else. There's just this one video that's pulled off of some website somewhere and thrown into discovery, and I don't believe that it's intrinsic to anything, and I don't believe it's relevant. Now, obviously, Your Honor has disagreed with me, and Your Honor let in over my objection the video, but just because that has occurred doesn't mean that I agree that other conversation and hearsay conversation by Mr. Copeland should be bootstrapped into this trial just because we've admitted one video over my objection.
Yes, sir. Okay. Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, again, this is corroboration of the overall conspiracy of the gang. Your Honor, think that sometimes maybe we stream away from there's still an overarching conspiracy of the gang itself and the activities that the gang does. And so the court, even over objection, admitted evidence of Mr. Stillwell threatening the gang on video. Here, Mr. Copeland, and this says, and we can play it again for the court, Shannon told me out of his mouth. So that is
What line is that?
This would be line 20 on 222, but where it says indiscernible, if you actually listen to what he says, and I'll play it again.
Play that portion, just that portion again. Hold on.
I'm not too far. I'm going to start it at 12:17:06. Oh, sorry.
Care about nobody, you know what I'm saying? Don't even take shit from nobody.
Well, how does the beef with gang again?
The gang nigga did shut up his door, but told Shannon do it. Shannon told me his mouth, he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep.
And I can play it again.
The gang nigga did shut up his door, but told Shannon do it. Shannon told me his mouth, he was up there winning.
He said Shannon told me out of his mouth he was up there waiting. Prior to that, he says the game was 50 and shot up, and if Thug would have told Shannon to do it.
Christian, can I listen to your... I'm going to see if I can hear it from Miss Weaver's vantage point. And I'll invite anybody else to listen to it as well. So you see it.
Listen to it on the tape.
Huh? Yeah. I'm going to listen to it first, Mr. Adams, and let me just see whether or not I can hear it. If I can't hear it, it's no sense in you listening to it. Okay?
I'm going to start at 12:17.
You're not ready yet.
Oh, not ready yet? Okay.
Of course. All right, you can play it now.
Well, how does the beef with gang again?
The gang nigga did shut up his door, but told Shannon do it. Shannon told me his mouth, he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And Thug told him no. Say, turn on.
Keep on going.
Huh?
You want to keep going?
No. Mr. Adams, you can come and take it and listen to it.
Can you hear better?
Yeah. I think he's, at least from what I hear, he says, Doug told Shannon to do it. So, go ahead and listen to it. Any other counselor you want to come and listen to it, you're welcome to do so.
And I don't believe he said, I think he said if Thug would have, they were about to get the ass shot up if Thug would have told Shannon to do it. Shannon told me out of his mouth he was up there waiting. And then Dennis responds, just give me the word, give me the word. Yep. And Thug told him no. So I want to be clear. I think Mr. Williams told him no, but he was prepared to go. I'm going to start at 12:17:05.
You know that. Well, how does the beef with Game then?
The game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And dog told him no. Say some the GD I can't Nipsey Hussey something like that. He ended the beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped.
Stop at 12:17:31. Hold on a second, Stop at 12:17:31.
Can I listen to it one more time? All right, Mr. One more time.
Okay. Please. I'm going to play it starting at 12:17:06.
Well, how did the beef with Game then?
The game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And dog told him no. Say some the GD I can't Nipsey Hussey something like that. He ended the beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped.
Stop at 12.
I think it's all right. This is what I hear. Shannon says I was up there waiting. One more time.
Can you turn it up?
Volume. Turn it down. It's working a little bit. Go ahead, one more time.
All right. I'm going to start again at 12:17:06.
Well, how did the beef with Game then?
The game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And dog told him no. Say some the GD I can't Nipsey Hussey something like that. He ended the beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped.
One more time. It started a little bit earlier at 12:17.
Dog ain't take shit from nobody.
Well, how did the beef with Game then?
The game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And dog winning. Do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And dog told him no. Say some do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And dog told him no. Say some
One more time, please.
shit from nobody.
Well, how did the beef with Game then?
The game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And dog told him no. Say some the GD I can't Nipsey Hussey something like that. Yep. And dog the game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Well, how did the beef with Game then?
The game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Well, how did the beef with Game then?
The game nigga did shout out his dog with told Shan do it. Shan told me his mouth he was up there winning.
Only thing I
Just give me the word.
up there is the last part, that last sentence. I can't hear the first part.
And I don't hear what the state's saying, and I don't even hear enough syllables to get to what the state's saying. I will stress the obvious, which is in an indictment where an overt act alleged is the shooting of a high-profile hip-hop entertainer's tour bus is included. This statement, the admission of this statement, is highly prejudicial against my client. I don't hear anything in the statement that cures the hearsay aspect of this statement. And I still say that Mr. Copeland is giving information. The end of this, by the way, the end of this statement is, I want to get out of jail. That's how he ends this. Right when the state's turning it off, he says, I want to get out of jail. He's giving all sorts of information that he knows, but he's not a lawyer. He's not limiting it to personal knowledge, and he's passing on hearsay that he thinks he knows, I should say, and it shouldn't be admitted for that reason.
All right. Mr. Adams, what were you going to say, sir?
Just to add to the record, I will say that listening to that the number of times I've listened to it, I did not hear what the state says that they heard.
I didn't hear it either. All I can hear is that last little bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you that I heard one of two things. Either Shannon and them was on Metropolitan waiting for him, or Shannon was probably up there waiting.
That's what I thought I heard, but I can't be certain. I can't be certain because I can't hear the first part of it.
Right, I'll tell you, I'm not 100% certain of it's one of those two. I know I didn't hear the state said they heard. You came out. Shannon told me out of his own mouth. I didn't hear that at all.
Your Honor, and I can play it again, but if you read it in context, that's what makes sense. Literally says
But I gotta be able to hear it.
Yeah, and I'll play it again, but this is the context of it. The game was fixing to get his ass shot up if Thug would have told Shannon to do it. Shannon told me and I'll play it again, out of his mouth, he was up there waiting. And Dennis responds, just give me the word. Copeland says, yep. And Thug told him no. So when you read that in context, that is the only thing that he would have said is Shannon told me that he was waiting for him. And we can play it one more time.
That's the only thing. The only word that could have been said. And again, I think he didn't hear. Nowhere do I hear out of his own.
Metropolitan, but we can play it again.
All right, so let me hear whether or not I hear out of his mouth or Shannon something Metropolitan waiting for him. Okay.
Can you slow it down? Maybe we can slow that down.
The slowest it goes is 1.6. We were trying to see if it goes to 0.5, but it doesn't go slower.
The game lead is shut up. It's over. We told Shannon do it. Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning.
Why does it be for game then?
The game lead is shut up. It's over. We told Shannon do it. Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning. We told Shannon do it. Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning. Told Shannon do it. Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning. Do it. Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And throw it to him. No. Say turn on. Shannon told me smile. He's up there winning.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And throw it to him. No. Say turn on the GD. I think Nipsey.
Oh yeah. Miss Weaver has told me, authorized for me to tell you that you see how difficult her job is. Okay, so I'll be honest with you. I don't, Miss Hilton. I do not hear out of his mouth anywhere. But I have to be honest and say I don't hear. I get beat. I like Mr. Adams. I get little bits and pieces of Shannon, and then waiting for him. I don't get like that. The rest of that sentence that fills in. I can't hear it, or at least not now. Okay. All right. Thanks for y'all indulging and letting me hear it a bunch of times. Okay. In considering line 220, I should say page 222, line 17 to 223, line 6, and corresponding audio video portion 12:16:59 through 12:17:35 in regards to this beef with game and Nipsey Hussle squashing it. Okay, the defense's contention is that there's no personal knowledge. It's hearsay and they believe it's speculation. And then the state asserts that these are two admissions by party opponents, and it corroborates the prior discussions and gives overarching relevant testimony on the conspiracy of the gang and its activities. The court's in concurrence with the state's assessment, so I'm going to allow it over objection. I'll note, Mr. Shart and others, it'll be a continuing objection.
And Your Honor, just for the record, also, I objected based on lack of foundation.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I will add that as well, that you did object as to lack of foundation. Okay. All right. I want to say the next statement is page 230, line 20 through 233, line 4. And then it's page 234, line 19 through to 238, line 25.
Your Honor, could we have 5 minutes before you go on to the next?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. We'll be in recess for the next 5 minutes, okay? All right.
Yeah, we bike. We bike, Jake.
It was up there fucking stuff. Not with that. They stopped shooting each other. Yep. We still there, John. Come on. That was just crazy. For sure. For sure, man. But I gotta check it out. Not bad, Jack. I'm not gonna lie. What? But I gotta see something. I quit, but this shit don't let me set stream mark. Yeah, annoying. But yeah, that was really the trial for today. We back live tomorrow with it, but what we gonna do right now is even my guy got off. Damn, we leave at the same time? Okay, still. Okay. Fuck that. Remember? Follow, like, subscribe, all that shit, all that good shit. All that good shit. But we back though. Let's go back to Xdefiant. Yeah. What? There we go. This shit. Try again. This shit was acting funny earlier. We ain't playing that game. Right? Right. Come on.
Ah, that new loadout smell. Shoot the other guys until they're dead.
Damn, I'm talking. Fuck, I might.
Give me that medical terminal case of the not get-ups. Go get some hugs.
I can't see. man. One joke, you know how that go. You know how that go. Oh shit.
Go get some hugs. Go for the face!
Back, I want some more, nigga.
Sticky out! Go for the face! Dying here.
Only thing I don't like about team deathmatch is it's more camping.
Stop! Vengeance! Glad that's settled. Go for the face! Your team is in the lead. I do hope someone is recording this.
I'm recording.
Kill the goons. No need to overanalyze this. Go get some hugs. He's on track to win. You, that's who. Almost done for a blowout win. Changing mags.
That's what they doing, but I can't do it. He's behind me. He's going behind me.
Changing mags. Your team won, which means I also win by proxy.
Shout out Keely for following me on Twitch. Amaya, how about yourself? I'm alright. How about yourself, Kimi? Appreciate you for tapping in. I don't know if you was here, but we streamed the YSL case daily. Yeah, we came in. I don't even know how long I've been on today. 7 hours already. We've been on like 10, so probably like 5-6 hours. Probably like 5-6 hours. Something like that. Not major.
Redeem bounties for a valuable hotshot status and a case of the zoomies. Our team has its first hotshot, and it's not you. That's a shame. First enemy hotshot located. Go offer some congratulatory bullets. New allied hotshot in our midst. Reloading!
I'm in bad shape. Got that napalm, you impressed me. Reloaded. Sticky grenade.
Just do the drone. I should skip it.
Friendly headshot.
I think it's because MVP's pressed to the.
Revenge is revenge.
How, bro? How?
Crew's got a new hotshot. They got another hotshot.
I hit him with the fire.
Look out. Enemy spy doing that see-through walls thing again.
Shield up.
Yeah, right. I'm doing bad. I'm down bad. Down bad. There's something with this suppressor though that's messing up my vocals. Keep making me skip. Got it. Got it. Maybe I just fall louder. Nah, that's different. Definitely skipping. They gave someone else the kill? Are you serious?
New friendly hotshot.
Heading towards site.
He didn't even get the kill. I gotta turn my sensitivity on.
They got a hotshot, and I'd sure hate it if something bad happened to him.
Help! I'm dying here.
Get a hotshot, pal. Bounties earn extra points for you. Don't die.
Don't die. Oh man.
Sticky out. Nothing bleeds like burning.
Active. Enemy crew's
that's
got a hot shot.
crazy.
Take out that enemy hot shot, pal.
That's crazy. I can hear him.
Kill the enemy crew, take the bounties, become the hot shot. I feel like we went over this before. We got a hot shot, keep them breathing.
I'm on that.
They got a hot shot, and I'd sure hate it if something bad happened.
Y'all can hear me? Shit,
Crew's got a new hot shot.
I'm in bad shape.
They got another hot shot. You know what to do. You're the hot shot now, pal. Time to run up, look out. Enemy spotted doing that see-through walls thing again.
Nothing here.
Ready to go.
I mean,
I'm in bad shape. I'll push back.
Enemy crew's got a hot shot. Cool them off.
You can't hide now.
Got that napalm requested. Let's scorch some earth.
Picking up the spec. Go to work.
Flash in the man.
this dude wouldn't mess up my run for the hot shot, bro. What?
You got a hot shot. Keep them breathing.
What do you need this here?
They got a hot shot. And I'd sure hate it if something bad happened.
No one can hear you since you're part of your mama. No. That's a top, right?
Fight's almost finished.
That's just right. And you got me about ooh, sense there.
That's a hot shot. That's what I'm talking about. You're the hot shot now, pal. Time to run up the score.
We need that. This dude will take the coin. We need the coins.
4. A win for your crew is like a win for me too. Not to get poetical.
Blood, they out there trying to get one coin. When they know if I'm the hot shot, I get the coin. It counts as 3. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Teamwork makes the dream work. I was at the bottom. Remember that. I was 6th on my team. 6. Come on. One thing I don't like about this, it'd be a bunch of people trying to quit once the game is done. You feel me? That's not fire. That's not cool. It's not cool. That's not fire. It's not fire. It's not cool. That's all I'm saying. It's not fire, that's not cool. It's not fire, that's not cool. Not fire. That's not cool. It's neither.
Team deathmatch. Sanitize the map.
I'm not a real fan of this dude. I'm not.
3, 2, 1. Mow down our foes.
Changing mag.
You got to
Requested.
That was not meant to happen, but should have happened. Oh, you can't.
Right?
I'm dying here.
I know. I might turn regular team death off.
Got that napalm.
I got hit by nothing. That's all we do is camp. I just gotta find me a good camp spot. Good camp spot.
Okay, that happened. Now dust yourself off and go burn those
How long
germs.
does it take these fucking grenades, bro?
Nothing beats my area.
They don't come from this side. Was that one grenade that blew up the desk? There's no way. That my grenade blew up that desk. No way, bro. They might have more camping than Call of Duty. They might. It might be more infinite than Call of Duty in here.
Nothing clings like burning.
Bro. I gotta learn these hacks, man. They using these shits. I gotta learn them. I gotta learn these hacks. I gotta learn these hacks. Boy, do they use it. You telling me that I didn't just shoot? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Look out! Enemy spy doing that. Sanitize the bad
How
guy.
do I get incendiary rounds? How? I thought you get them with something. It's like my shit ain't incendiary. Take that to the grave. Come on.
We're kicking tail. We'll win it this
I'm coming to kill campers.
Got that napalm.
Oh, we got this one in the bag.
These niggas true campers, bro. I get a kill of assists. You can do assists. Kills. Kills, bro.
You lost! And yeah, I'm mad about it.
Yeah, they was just down 84 to 94. You think we got 2 kills? Heard you. Heard you. Heard you. Heard you. Heard you. I hear you. I'm hearing what you're saying. Bro, we've been on here for 6.5 hours. Blood. Come on, Blood. Oh shit, we ain't got no game mode on. Come on, Blood. Come on, Blood. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on. Come on, ladies. Jump out. Jump out, ladies. Jump out. I'm about to turn that Adobe Access shit off. Shit, talking about it's been running for 4 hours. I don't even need this app. I downloaded this shit for nothing. From what it looks like, chat, I have never opened that app. Never. It just runs in the background. This is crazy. Can y'all hear me? See shit fucking up. See, I gotta figure this shit out.
Roger, I'm in.
This dude. I'll do this. I'll do this
Sign
first.
me up.
What's this?
Hotshot. Drop the hostiles, pick
I'll
up
do
their
that.
bounties. Repeat as necessary. 3, 2, 1. The fighter with the most bounties is the hotshot. You move like you're wearing jalapeno underpants.
Reloading.
Active camo.
Reloading. Go for the face.
Come on.
Reload.
That's crazy. How was I supposed to know there was over there? Oh, I'm right there. Where's this go?
If guerrilla warfare was easy, there'd be a lot fewer goose-stepping fascists in the world. The new hotshot is an enemy. Hunt them down. That's revenge. You're the hotshot. Rack up those bounties while they're worth extra. They got another hotshot. Put them on ice.
Yo, my bomb may go off. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, I remember my boy's headphone shot. This one bullshit again. We got 2 niggas that's not even doing nothing.
Swapping mag. Cover me.
Bro. Bro.
New hotshot is one of ours. Look at him go. One of the enemies is the new hotshot. Show them they aren't so special. You're next in the hot seat if you keep up the heat.
definitely gonna have to try to do it up with the first. Bro, I'm shooting straight.
Nice of you to murder their hotshot. They got another hotshot. Put him on ice.
Bro, the fucking bombs aren't working. Bro, I'm looking at this shit like it's fucking crazy.
We have a new hotshot on the team. Look after him while they grab out.
That's crazy, blood. Come on. Take this shit off. That ain't doing it.
The enemy's winning. Time to fight
Fucking
dirty.
walk past that.
One of the enemies is the new hotshot. Show them they aren't so special.
No
Assassinate the enemy hotshot.
Nothing, bro. There ain't no way, bro. There ain't no way.
You threw cold water on their hotshot. They got
There ain't
another
no way,
hotshot. Put them on ice. Kill the enemies, take their bounties. Get back to it. Not to be a party pooper, but this one's about to end in the toilet. They got another hotshot. Put them on ice. You're the hotshot, like a bounty-collecting panther. Suerte. One of the enemies is the new... Oh, maybe we'll do the revolution tomorrow, eh?
Yeah, man. I wanna. Oh no, this team just fucking suck. Five and 16, 6 and 14, 9 and 16. That's all I gotta say. No, don't want to juice. I forgot how to do everything. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, figure out this shit over again. Search. Right. Yep. I forgot. I don't know. still gotta upload. Updated. Updated.
Hotshot. Enemies drop bounties when you tag them. Get those. Tres, dos, uno. Whoever gets the most bounties becomes the hotshot, and becoming the hotshot is cool.
He should move back. Oh yeah, uploading something
Hotshot is one of ours. Look at him go.
Yeah, me updating that laptop just fucked it up.
Take a deep breath.
Alright. Go sit down, man. Chat. We've been on for 7 hours. Feel me? I'll be back on in a couple hours, gang. Appreciate y'all rocking out. And if I don't get on today, for sure we back on tomorrow. You feel me? YSL Trial. We streaming that. Go sit down. We're streaming the YSL Trial tomorrow, 9:30ish. So be ready around that time. And I appreciate y'all for rocking in with your boys. Big East Side. It's 180315 in the building. I've always been a villain, and that's how I be feeling. You feel me? Type in.